Yeah, I've only done any kind of video conversation with someone I met online to discuss politics. And I recorded that just so I could see myself. How do I talk? How do I carry myself?
Yep.
And the same thing
Yeah.
here, just to practice.
It's a great thing to do to notice like your verbal tics. Like you
Hmm.
don't really notice how much you say like until you listen to yourself recorded.
Yeah, or if you know Zizek, you know you do this a lot.
Yeah, the fidgeting, yeah,
Oh, I make aviation YouTube videos,
yeah. Okay.
and you see, the stereotype of pilots going, yeah. I
Yeah,
have to edit so much of that out. It's crazy.
that's funny. Um, so just to give a quick background, or let me do a quick intro. And it seems we're all along the same lines. I just want to have a really cool discussion, get into some really cool topics, and we might disagree. And it's about assuming the best in the other person's argument. I feel like this is all redundant. The way everybody's talking, everybody seems cool. But it's just, especially when you're commenting online, that's always the rule for myself. Assume the best, assume
Yeah.
that they're morally in the right standing and all of that.
Well, one of the things that's always kind of amazed me is that, it does seem like most people I talk to think like this, but we don't see any of it in the actual people that are leading. The people that are actually representing us aren't doing it.
Mm.
That's what it seems like. Or if it's just, are they just run by the media? Is it the media? Are they kind of just reliant on what kind of attention they can get from the media, or
Yeah,
or do they really hate each other that much?
yeah, I think it's multiple things. One thing is, I think, kind of like tech related people or STEM fields, they don't want to be managers. They don't want to be in those positions.
Hmm.
So,
You mean like in their personality, like as in they like they're kind of just independent, they want to just do their own thing, and then or what do you mean?
partly that, and partly they see it's kind of like being famous. You
Mm.
see the potential catastrophe waiting to happen. If you're a politician, you're going to be berated. You're going to be called names, and people. I think there's a group of people that just don't want to deal with that.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I think I understand what you mean now, as in like the kind of people who don't thrive on that kind of thing or don't get anything out of it, they just kind of stay quiet. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. So like
Uh,
there's smart people and competent people that just would rather work behind the scenes.
that's
Right.
true. Yeah.
And that's me like personally.
Mm.
Um I'm not interested in being famous, but if I could wear a mask and do everything and then just get paid a lot of money, I would absolutely take that.
Heard of the Rubber Bandits?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're American. You've heard of the Rubber Bandits?
No, I'm looking this up right now.
Yeah.
Oh no. Where did you hear the Rubber Bandits? I didn't think anyone outside of Ireland knew who they were.
Well, I was born in England, so we've heard of them over there.
Oh, okay, fair enough. But was it Brooke? Or sorry, not Brooke, is it Eric?
It's Eric. No. I don't know them. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't have told you. I have no idea what it is.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was your name popped up there with.
No, I'm sorry. For some reason, when I logged on this computer, I guess my girlfriend had used it before me. So when I logged on and I clicked the link, it was on her account.
Okay.
You can look it up. We're friends. We're all connected. There's no.
Yeah. No. The Rubber Bandits are like a comedy, like spoof duo from
Yeah,
Ireland.
is it kind of like, but they're like a real band, like they're
Hmm.
a real comedy band, right?
To be honest, I don't even know anymore. I haven't looked at any of their stuff for years. Like they blew out onto the scene with like kind of spoof songs, like comedy songs.
Oh, okay.
I don't
So
know
I'm
what they're
thinking
at now.
in America we have Lonely Island. That's kind of what
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
yeah, they're kind of like them. Yeah, except a lot more vulgar.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look these guys up now.
Oh Jesus! Don't don't
Yeah, I
don't
know.
don't judge my entire country off of guys wearing shopping bags over their faces, please.
It's fine. I'm just judging you.
But it's not gay.
Nice. Yeah, something else I was surprised is there's like three main groups when I look up Jordan Peterson kind of things. This is the second one. The third one I was just accepted in. But it looks like this group there's a lot more Europeans, or at least everyone here is somewhat affiliated with Europe. You have someone from Ireland, someone currently in France. I think
That's me.
yes, correct. And you're originally from England, right?
Yeah, it's weird because I was born in England, but I was born in England, but my family moved out to Canada when I was
Mm.
very young, and then I sort of always knew that I was always going to come back to Europe. I did some time in England, and then my friends here I kept coming on a holiday here, and eventually I just why don't I go back to England? I just moved to France, so I've been here for like 2 years. So.
Nice, nice. Um, all right,
Thanks for the-
so just to get jump in, I have some very vague topics, just like a very loose outline of things to let's say talk about. But I was wondering if anyone else had something really interesting first, like something is always bugging me or an idea or something.
Uh, well, I don't know about the other guys, but I'm happy to go with you, man. It's your show, you know, like you fire away.
All right.
Um, I don't know if the other guys have anything, but
Well, we'll start with your questions. We'll see where they go. See where it
Okay.
goes.
Well, just to give a quick background, just go around the group really quick. For example, myself, from the United States. So, in terms of the conservative, the liberals, left or right, I grew up leaning more liberal, and then over time, you see the plot holes, the fallacies in your
Mhm.
group dynamic, and I started seeing some value in conservatism, for lack of better words. So that's just my lean a little bit. I was
Hmm.
wondering where everyone else kind of leaned towards, just to ridiculously generalize.
Based on what you just said, I'm actually kind of almost just a little bit the opposite of you. I've actually been conservative most of my entire life, and I still am. Um, but I think that I reached a point where I didn't like the liberals so much, and then I said, well, wait a minute, if I could just get rid of them, would I want to just get rid of them? It's like, well, and then I'm like, well, wait a minute, that's ridiculous, And then once I kind of realized that, I'm like, okay, well, if you don't want to completely get rid of liberals, then you must see some value there. And the more I thought about it, I started to realize that's exactly how it works. I think that liberals and conservatives are kind of like, I've always looked at it as like the way a bike works. One pedal's on the left, one pedal's on the right. In order to move forward, they got to counterbalance each other. And so that's kind of where I am now. I still lean conservative. I think just some of my personal opinions and views tend to lean to the right, but I have a lot of respect for the left, as long as somebody can present it in a respectful way.
All right, nice, nice. How about you, George?
Well, quite odd. So like my family are very, very, very conservative. Uh, it was between moving to Canada and America, but the only visa we got was Canada. So my father was much more conservative than was normal in Canada. So I always grew up hearing the conservative, and I can see the value in it, but that's just not my personality type at all. I'm very conservative, very creative, and but what's odd with me is I really wanted a military career, but I was rejected from getting in. So I've got this sort of weird. I'm kind of both because I'm very creative. I do a lot of art. I do a lot of I can see like I live in France, which is a very socialist country,
Yeah.
and I can see the value of free university. I can see all of this stuff, but like my answer, my go-to answer for people when they've got a problem is like, well, work hard. you know, it's well, have you tried working hard? If that failed, then maybe there's another problem. But so it's sort of both in a weird way.
Nice. And Danny,
uh, yeah, I don't know really.
that works.
I guess I don't know very much about economics, and I think a lot of the left-right American divide is an economic one. The kind of cultural one is a bit more I don't know. I don't know if left and right really does the cultural divide in America justice, but so I don't know. Uh, I just like listening to people who I think make sense to me, you know. And I find that I
Yeah,
listen to a lot of people. Like I listen to a ton of people on the left, and I listen to a ton of people on the right. Um, I really don't know. I don't really. I'm not big on labels. If you had to give me a label, I'd say probably lefty, left leaning. You know, but I'm not really. I've never really been one to like demonize or call names on the other side or anything like that. You
yeah,
know.
definitely, definitely. Oh, that's cool. It seems like we got a pretty balanced group here. I just wanted to get like sort of gauge where our backgrounds culturally and stuff kind of fit in.
Mhm.
Um, all right, so let me just jump in here. So, assuming that we all kind of like Jordan Peterson, something to start off with. Looking at the United States, just from my perspective, Jordan talks about, let's say, being balanced, between order and chaos. And kind of like how Eric mentioned with like the bike, you need both to move forward. Too much order, you have tyranny. Too much chaos, you get like Marxism and so on and so forth. Again, really simplifying things. So my one thing that I realized just in my thinkings that I reached was too much growth leads to instability. And that to me was like kind of like a metaphysical thing. And stop me anytime you guys want to say something or anything. But a very simple example is like a tree. If a tree is, really, really thin, a small diameter, but it grows ridiculously tall, even with bamboo, maybe, after a certain height, it starts to fall and it will no longer be stable. So you always want to balance the two, growth and stability. Um, Something I was curious is how can we find out when a civilization or society gets too unstable? And that's how Jordan kind of he's touched on this before with let's say Hitler in Germany, but also with communism and Stalin and Mao. Something is the tribalism when that starts to hit a threshold, and then you start getting the camps. Or with communism, it's you start looking at people and identifying them with the privileged or the oppressors, and that's how you can attack them, and then do all the awful things. So I was trying to find like a threshold. Well, how can we? What's that number? How can we quantify this? How do we know when I'm going too far? Because in America, it's kind of crazy, and that concerns me. One idea is I think it's the golden ratio. It's like a mathematical number that you kind of see in nature, and I might have the terms wrong.
Mm.
Um, but it's kind of like with marketing or how something blows up on internet. You start like a small following, a cult following, and then after you hit a certain threshold, things just kind of blow up, and it's exponential. And I think that kind of ties in with like statistics when you get into standard deviations, like maybe 2 sigma or 3 sigma. And if there was a way, I think that we could quantify, let's say, the extremists, the radical right and the radical left, maybe analyzing Facebook posts, whatever. If we could quantify that, I think that number, that's how we can gauge the health of our society or our nation. It's like, okay, we're still pretty stable, so let's keep doing what we're doing if we're growing. But as soon as you hit that certain threshold of instability, it's like, okay, we need to halt progress, halt the universities, or halt businesses, and maybe, for lack of better words, like halt immigration. Right now, we need to focus on our own instead of like international affairs and so on and so forth. What do you guys think of that? Does that make sense so far?
Yeah, it makes sense that there's things can. Well, I mean, there is economic limits to the speed of growth in anything, even down to a company. If a company has to take on for one contract too many people, then the next after that contract's finished, then the whole company's going to come down. The growth is unstable. That is true. But I know for you guys in America, you've now got a change of party, you've got a change of president, it seems.
Yes.
And it doesn't really bode very well that the current guy is trying to stop counts, but that really is just a passing. That will pass. I'm pretty confident that he will be ignored.
Be right back, guys. Sorry, hold on one moment.
No worries.
You guys,
I think like I think that one of the things that's kind of you're touching on is like there's something like really unique in, I think in particular in like the Anglosphere. I don't think it's just restricted to the US. Like I think the UK, Canada, like Australia, Ireland, basically a lot of the Western former British Empire, you know, or British colonies, that there's this, like I've read about it before, being called like a tradition of criticism, right? And it's like that sounds like a kind of, it's a phrase that people can say and it sounds very simple, but when you think about it, it actually is very like, it's a bit of an oxymoron, like, because a tradition by definition is the kind of thing that just kind of stays the same as over time, but criticism is the kind of thing that naturally leads to change. So to have a tradition of criticism, which is definitely what our culture has, is like a really unique thing. And it's like, it's this weird thing where the criticism is what allows our society to be stable, because it's able to adjust to new problems, you know, and fix things, because we agree that everything is up for debate, everything is up for criticism. So it's this weird like paradox where what makes our society stable is actually the fact that we're open, that we embrace the means to change as we go along, you know.
Absolutely.
It's really strange, you know. I don't know, it's a bit of a, as Jordan was, it's a bit of a miracle, like, you know. I don't really know like how something like that comes about, but here we are, you know.
In mathematical terms, that's regression to the mean. Sometimes you find data that's outlying, but when you add more data, the line of best fit on the graph will regress to the mean of the. So yeah, sometimes you get regression to the mean. You also get that with in people's behavior. The Israeli Air Force would rate students' performance on maneuvers or procedures or whatever they were doing, and what they found is they decided to go with only ever criticizing. They never ever gave praise, and their morale obviously dropped. And when they actually involved psychologists, they're like, well, yeah, if somebody performs a 1 out of 10, it doesn't mean that the next time they're going to perform 2 out of 10. They might be a good pilot. They might be normally performing an 8 out of 10, but made a mistake. It does, like, so you get this regression to the normal in a weird way.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like, I think as far as like what society does, like, I mean, I think economics in that obviously plays a big role, because economics, you know, how wealthy a country is, I suppose, is a big factor in is a big factor in a society's ability to tackle whatever problems it has. You know, I mean, if you haven't got any money, you're not going to get very far, you know. But I don't know if the economics or the wealth available to a country is really the meat of what makes a country stable or sustainable, or, you know, I think that's the culture. Like it's got to be like kind of this openness to ideas and criticism, and like, you know, willingness to change what you've got to change in order to keep the ball rolling, you know, while still protecting obviously various rights and freedoms and that, and the means of criticizing future problems and stuff like that.
No, I think that's absolutely right. And it's like I said, tradition of criticism. And it's adaptation,
Yeah.
and it's crazy because there's so many things like the intellectual dark web that they tie in together, and this kind of reminds me of I feel like this is not the right word, like Darwinism, but it's just the adaptation,
Yeah.
and it's the ability to adapt to your environment. As long as you have that, you'll have more longevity.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely a kind of Darwinism going on there. You know, I don't know if it's strictly like evolution or anything in the same way that genes evolve, but it's something pretty like it. You know.
Cool.
To your point of Danny, you brought up an interesting point, how economics interacts with the stability of society. That is important. I think it was a Peterson lecture talking about how when when the hierarchy of society is too steep, it's too difficult to get from the minimum to anything above that. That's when you end up with a lot of rioting, and you need to be able to have opportunities laid out for people who can use their aggression to get off of the minimum of the economic distribution. But again, that there's another interesting aspect to that is if you look at the difference between Germany and India. This was actually in Top Gear, I got into looking into this. The Indians are the happiest people in the world with the situation that they have. They're the most content with what they've got, but they haven't got very much. Whereas the Germans are never happy with what they've got. They always want to do better. They always want to we can refine this, we can make it better. Given I think it would be much. I think the standard of, if you imagine the hierarchy of society, it would be a much flatter triangle that Germany would be rioting at than say India.
Yeah, I think I think I don't know if Peterson really puts it this way. I am familiar with what you're referring to when he's talked about this. I think like it's when you've got like obviously extreme, there's this picture that people are worried about with, you know, that you'll have extreme wealth inequality where like problems essentially just kind of like stack up at the bottom, you know, of the hierarchy.
Exactly.
And people, because they don't have very much money, like they don't have the means to fix whatever problems they have in their lives, whether it's like, you know, feeding their kids or like getting a job or having something to do during the day or anything, whether it's something really big or something really small. And then when people can't fix their problems like normally and civilly, eventually that kind of frustration builds to people saying, well then fine, I'm just gonna flip the table. I'm gonna burn the whole thing down. You
Yeah.
know, because like, you know, people want to what you call it, people are not just going to go, oh well then I guess I'm just not going to fix my problems, you know. They're not going to do that, you know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna die poor.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, now there will be some people I suppose who just roll over and die, but those people are few and far between.
I think those people would be low in aggression. They would be more resigned personalities than
Yeah.
like aggressive young men. Personally, right now, about a month ago, I lost my job. The company that I worked for just had no clients. Now, I'm a welder, and I'm very fortunate that I'm in France, where there's sort of, you don't just go to the dole like you do in England and take your dole money. Here, there's more options. You can go back to school. You can go. They'll try and hook you up with a new job, or the option I'm going is they're willing to give me a grant to start my own business instead of try and find a job at another business.
Oh wow.
So
No friends had that.
yeah, there's you have to have been laid off for this. You have to have been laid off, which I was, and you have to go through a Chamber of Commerce course, which I'm signed up for, and it's all in French, obviously. And and yeah, I think the grant is 4,000. It's somewhere between 3 and 4,000 euros, and then depending on the conditions, sometimes a bank is obliged to back that again by whatever the government said.
Yeah.
So personally, I'm not actually looking for it's not really money that I'm looking to raise. It's sort of I've just now got to find clients because welding isn't a very expensive thing to get into.
Yeah.
So those sort of opportunities are actually sort of the way I feel about it here is, I know this is feelings, not facts or whatever. It just feels like there's a lot less incentive to go and riot when it's like, well, the worst possible thing happened to me in the workforce, and there's the help right there. So
It's like you have this problem in your life, but like even if you are not necessarily able to figure out the problem, how to fix it yourself, like there is some, maybe imperfect, but still there are some state provided solutions for you, like, you know.
yeah, and it's not just get in line and pick up your dole money.
Yeah.
They really focus on like getting you back to work, which is it feels, you don't feel as nearly as useless as when you lose your job in England.
Yeah, same thing here in Ireland.
Yeah.
We don't have quite as many options as what you're describing in France, but I'd say Ireland is pretty similar to the UK. Dole is social welfare, by the way, Frank. I don't know.
Okay.
If America.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I kind of use context clues to grasp that.
Yeah. Dole is like where I don't know what the Americans call it, where you line up and you get your weekly check.
Welfare. That's the word I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
That's correct.
But it sounds like that's more than here. It sounds like that form of welfare was designed to give you a leg up when you need it, but then get you off of it. So that so you get to the point where then you don't need the help anymore. And unfortunately here, the way the welfare system's set up is it's almost like it keeps you there. If you don't have enough money, or you need some money for help from the government, they look at your account and make sure that you still need it. And as soon as they think that your account has enough money in it, they stop giving you money.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really give you a chance to get a leg up. It's sort of like you just, you want to in order to get the help, you want to make sure that you keep your money low enough. It's not really designed to help people, get out and then move on,
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. Sorry, Frank. Go ahead.
All right. Just like one additional context, the corruption plays into this. It's also once you surpass that threshold, for no longer needing the welfare, you actually, for lack of better words, make less money overall. Because then, let's say the taxes and stuff. But once you get a job, you're actually better off just being on welfare, unless you make a really big jump to a certain income bracket.
Right. Exactly.
Now, there are certain dangers with the entrepreneurship grant that the French job centre Pôle Emploi. I'm on allocation welfare until the day that I've done the courses and they give me the grant. Once I get that grant, I'm now no longer entitled to any form of welfare. And in France, the president of a company isn't entitled to welfare. So the company I was just laid off from, everybody's going to get 60% of what they earn, except the owner of the company, who's going to get nothing. So, he'll just become a director of another company within days, or just start another company. But that is the danger, and that is one of the faults of the French system that people do criticize it for. A small restaurant goes out of business, well, the owner is done. Unless he's got family, he's got nothing, which is one of the faults. But nothing's perfect.
Yeah, that's true. We're always trying to refine each system.
I don't get to talk to Americans enough to know, because I feel like when I watch American pundits, like even the lefty ones, like it feels like your sense of social welfare or like government services, let's say, it just feels very different to, I think, most European countries and their attitudes towards social welfare, whether you're pro it or against it. It just feels like in America, if you're against it, it's like, oh, boo the state, we don't like the government, or something like that. I'm not trying to be uncharitable, I understand there's more to it than that, but I just mean it seems like it is motivated by a kind of fear or a reluctance to make the government bigger. And then if you're pro it, I mean, I hear a lot of lefties in America talk about welfare states, or not welfare states, but government services in Europe with a kind of rose tinted glass. Like they don't really, they
Yeah.
like George just said there. George is saying there are problems with a lot of government services, and what you were describing with bad incentives when it comes to social welfare money. Like I know that happens in Ireland. I'm imagining it happens in the UK a lot. Where certain demographics or people with below a certain education level, or as in ending up on social welfare can for a lot of people be a terrible thing, because they're not really, if there's not a lot of opportunities going to come along to those people where they'll end up earning more money in a job than they will in social welfare, so they just stay on the social welfare.
So like something that kind of just clicked is, so yeah, I think this is also happening, maybe not just in the West, but worldwide. It's just the extreme polarization. And I think America is like number one at that. Um, so, and this is why my concern of stability as a nation arose. I'm trying to gauge like how unstable are we really? Obviously, the minority is the loudest, but I want to gauge how loud, how much really is there. And yeah, we do the left does have a stereotype to romanticize social services, while the extreme right, there's validity. There is the slippery slope stereotype exists because there is a slippery slope, but
Yeah.
not everything is automatically slippery. So
I think Eric brought up an interesting point. He describes the American welfare system more of an addiction than and I think that's probably what conservatives are worried about in America. That it's this addiction rather than a different model of, right, we're going to get you back to work, we're going to help you out, whatever you need, get it done, one-time cost sort of model. But it's your point of instability. Yes, you've got a new administration coming in, so there is a level of instability. But your daily life isn't going to change very much. It's not going to change. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I said it never.
Oh, no.
Every time we have one of these these parties change, I mean, in my life, it doesn't really change much. Everyone acts like it's going to be the end of the world, and it never is. So
yeah, I mean, certain right now, maybe the airline industry is going to have a bit more of a leg up. Maybe we don't know. And the thing is we're in such a we don't know time anyway. That with COVID, that your daily life isn't going to change. I mean, in 1940, when France lost the Battle of France, people's lives immediately changed. The first thing was that there was a curfew. People in France were deported, rounded up. Prisoners of war were not given back to France. So,
right.
And France was turned into two countries: the Vichy France in the south, which Vichy is a town. It was the capital of the southern France, which was a puppet regime, and the occupied territory, which was under direct SS control. That is a huge change in people's lives. Whereas the Democrats replacing the Republicans, you're not going to starve next week because they've brought in a ration system, right? The country is going to just keep chugging along. Farmers are going to keep farming. Food is going to keep turning up at the shop, and sure, prices might change. I think what Obama and Trump have proved is, in contrast to Bush, is as long as we're not going to war, these different parties having their little argument, it might seem more polarized, and there might be, there's a lot of damage that's happened from riots and whatnot. But while we're arguing with each other, there's preferable to having a major war with a neighbor or overseas.
True. I mean, you just don't want it to turn into anything. That's the only problem. I mean, there's nothing wrong with debate, but you don't want it to turn into anything violent. I don't know. That's I'd say we don't pretty much agree on that.
I think it is like, I think there is a lot of I think people underestimate the stability of, like, in particular the Anglosphere countries, like, their political culture, their culture and their political systems. I think they underestimate them. Like, there's like, I think anybody in Britain in particular, but also the US, like, it's what is it, how old is your country? Like 200,
Like 200.
76. So
like, I mean, there aren't too many political systems that were set up from scratch 250 years ago and are now.
Right.
Like, not a lot of them. Like,
and I
but
have to say, oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, I think that our political system, the way it is, and people sometimes complain about it, and they say, people complain about like our electoral college system, or just how convoluted our system can be, and it causes so much gridlock. But personally, I think it's kind of a good thing. It's kind of set up so that really one viewpoint really can't overtake the other. It's got to, I'm even looking over here. I mean, I don't want to say that I was for Trump, but I was probably more for Trump than Biden. But even as a conservative, that thinking about it now, that if we have the House and we have the Senate, maybe we shouldn't have the presidency. You know what I mean? Maybe conservatives shouldn't have the president. They shouldn't have all three. And I think that the way our system's set up, I almost think that it's funny how it seems to always work out one way or another. There's some form of balance in our government, and
it's definitely.
I love it.
I think there's, like, even it's weird, like, it's people talk about World War II, people talk about Nazis and Hitler, and they hear the word tyrant and they think of goose marching and swastikas, but it's like a lesson that everybody thinks that we really learned, but they didn't read. They don't really know. So few of us really know anything about that part of the history, really. Like, it's worth remembering that 50 years, that of the first 50 years of the 20th century was, totalitarianism was on the rise all over, the world, really, but in particular Europe and Russia and China. And whether it was fascism or communism, they were doing battle in various, like, European countries and in Asia, some parts of Asia, for decades. And neither fascism nor communism got even close. They didn't get within a sniff of power in Britain, or the US. Like, I mean, they now, there was fascists and communists in the countries, don't get me wrong. Like, they didn't get close to winning, like, not even close,
No, it was King George, I believe, who was he was political, and that went down as well as a cup of cold sick.
What year was it?
He World War One. He was he abdicated because he was forced to not be political. Was it before World War One or World War Two?
Is that Queen Elizabeth's uncle? Was it?
I believe it was before Elizabeth. He abdicated because he was, as far as Westminster was concerned, he was too political.
Oh yeah, he had ties with fucking Germany as well, or something.
Yeah,
His mistress was like involved with some German Tsar or whatever. German, not Tsar, that's Russia, but yeah.
Baron.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it is just worth remembering, like, as in, none of those horrible ideologies got even close in our countries. I mean, and people are worried that Trump is going to succeed where those ideologies in, like, the 1920s and 30s couldn't. Like, now that's obviously assuming Trump is some kind of a wannabe tyrant. I'm not saying he is. Yeah. I just mean, it's like, if it didn't manage it in the 1920s and 30s and 40s, like, I don't think Trump is going to fucking get anywhere, And
especially
when you include the fact that he isn't even that kind of a person, you know, it's like it's even less likely.
Yeah, what comes to mind for me is, and you make a good point, 1920s and 30s and 40s, it didn't occur. Um, we say like, and there is a lot of merit to what you said, and I think this is something the West has successfully accomplished, and it is that stability, and is that tradition of criticism and adaptation, and it's that tension between both sides. But just to play devil's advocate, even though our country, the U.S., is just over 200 years old, we did have a civil war in between, and that's something that I wanna be able to find. Oh, someone's gonna jump in. That is something I was trying to predict. If it is gonna happen, you don't want to wait till the last minute.
I think one of the things the Electoral College actually does well, even though I don't think it does on purpose, is it sort of tries to break up the citizens versus the country folk in a way, because that was very much what caused the Civil War. It was the northern industrialized versus the southern farming, and that was the biggest demographic difference between the two.
Sorry, guys, I'll try and mute that. That's my computer.
It's not a big deal.
It's on Discord, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how to use Discord very well.
Oh,
so
that's Discord.
I may not be able to mute it. I'm sorry.
You can quit it if.
Oh yeah, I can close Discord. Okay, that'll probably maybe.
I
Okay,
also
work.
have Discord.
Sorry, George. Go ahead. I'll try and figure out how to use
No,
it.
I said pretty much everything. There was the demographic. That was the biggest demographic difference, and in a way, you don't want cities versus the country. That's something you don't want to find yourself in. That's really what happened in Syria. The farmers ran out of water, went to the cities, and well,
There you go.
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I definitely think the Electoral College gets a really bad rap. You know, I mean, one thing that I think is pretty cool about it is like I know everybody gives it crap for not being like, I don't know, it's that the popular vote, that it can go against the popular vote or whatever. But like the thing is that I like about the Electoral College is that it makes swinging a state easier. So like, let's say you don't like that a particular state is very, very Democrat at the moment, you know, or vice versa. Without the Electoral College, if you were going on just like popular opinion, like, you know, it's going to be really, really hard for you to swing that state towards your party, because in order for it to flip, you need to get it. Let's say it's like 70% Democrat or 60% Democrat. If it's 60%, you need to convince 10% of people to change their mind to your point of view to get it to flip. Whereas with the Electoral College, you don't need to convince 10%. You just need to convince, you know, I don't know the numbers, whatever. I remember reading about it. It's less than that, like, you know.
Right.
So I think that because of the Electoral College, the president actually has to be more sensitive to changes in public opinion, because smaller changes in public opinion will actually result in them losing the state.
Absolutely.
You know, which is a good thing for a politician to have to be worried about. Like, you know, he should be, you know, really worried every morning that something might have happened that has made the people turn against him. You know.
Yeah. People will pretty much. I mean, if there was no electoral college, it would only be useful to campaign in New York and California, pretty much. You know, that would be.
Yeah.
They would have no need to campaign anywhere else because that's where all the numbers come from.
Yeah.
So. Yeah,
All
the
right.
electoral college is pretty important. I mean, I can understand if people want to critique it. I mean, I know. I mean, I like it. I think that it works. But if people have issues with it, I think it needs to be discussed. But people need to understand it. It's there for a reason.
Yeah.
You know, very valid reason it's there.
Exactly. Yeah. People are free to criticize it, but I often find it's like, what is it? The metaphor that Peterson uses. It's like, yeah,
Yes.
do you think you can fix an attack helicopter? And it's like,
Right.
it's, people criticize things, and it's like you just walking up to an attack helicopter and throwing a wrench at it and being like, oh, it's fixed. It's like, no, it's really not. Like, you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah, and like I love the I think it's the like social psychologist approach, and it's like you need to provide a better alternative, and it kind of ties into everything he talks about like, with culture and tradition. You have your default until you provide a better alternative. Stick to your default. Don't throw the
Right.
baby out with the bathwater.
Exactly.
Can you guys tune me in on what the topic is? I
Hey,
hope.
Arthur. Hey, Arthur, we can hear you.
All right, great. Greetings from Belgium.
Greetings.
Where you guys all from? You were from Florida, right?
That's correct.
It's about, what time is it there? 4 o'clock?
Yeah, almost 4 o'clock, and everyone else is from different parts of Europe.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, so there's like France, there's Ireland.
Wow, cool. I'm also French. I'm half French, half Belgian. So, who's the French guy? George, I guess.
I won't sound French. I'm a Brit living in France. Yes.
You're George, I guess. Because I only have visuals on Frank right now.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm too scared to show my face.
Don't worry, man. It's your pipe.
Am I not? My cable's not on?
Sorry.
Well, you're being catfished, Arthur. It's not Brooke. It's Eric.
Oh, it still says Brooke. Why doesn't it say, I thought I switched it.
I like
Sorry,
Brooke. I like Brooke.
Okay.
Whatever you're comfortable with, man. So, what do you guys were
Not
talking about?
transphobic.
We were just talking about what makes countries sustainable and politically stable and stuff, given the stuff that's gone on over the last few days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
As an outsider, this was like the messiest election I ever saw in a developed country.
Thank you.
I don't care who the winner is because you lose with both. I bet I'm a centrist European, so for American standards, I must be far left. And the only hope I had was Bernie, to be honest. Tulsi Gabbard, maybe, because she could maybe rally up the Republican base with her being a veteran. But we're gonna segue back into the general conversation because I don't want to dominate it with election talk.
No, it's fine. I was thinking moving to a new topic anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, was there another question or whatever?
There is one point. There is one point here. Arthur, you're from Belgium. So one thing I know about Belgium, even though I actually haven't been there, you have two majorly different demographics. They're not what we call them ethnicities, but you have your Flemish and your Dutch, if I'm correct. We were talking about stability in society and how to measure when it's becoming too unstable. So my question is Belgium is a very it's diverse, but it's sort of like bimodal. You've got two populations that speak two completely different languages, and now we actually technically don't have a government, if I'm still correct.
I think we got one for a week or something. A week ago, we just broke our record of being a functional country without a government. We broke 2011 with 478 days, if I'm not wrong, and now we broke our own record with 511 days.
Nobody tell the libertarians.
The question I actually had for Arthur was, you've got these two very different demographics that do very different work, and economically, actually, there's huge disparity between in the south and in the north. England has that a little bit too, but we have like accents, whereas they're not completely different languages. How do you know in Belgium when things are getting too hot, or how do you guys, we talk about the polarization in America. How do you guys communicate with each other and sort of?
All right. To answer that question, I'm going to start with a little bit of a history lesson. Belgium always had the language barrier. So if you look at history, let's say the barrier between the Flemish part and the French-speaking part has been the language barrier for millennia between the Germanic languages in the north and the Latin languages in the south. So we're kind of used to it, let's say. Historically speaking, the southern part, the French-speaking part, has always been the richest because that was full of industry and full of coal back in the 1800s. Flemish part was like dirt poor. No one was schooled. Politics were in French. There were no elections in the Flemish part because we were too stupid to vote, let's say. I mean, by 19th century standards. So that's something we're kind of used to it, and we used to work along with it. Now the Flemish part is very rich because we have some major port business going on. Antwerp, where I'm from, which is like, let's say a tiny city. I think we have like 200,000 inhabitants. We have the fourth largest port in the world. So we import everything that goes through Europe, especially fruit from South America, which hence explains the cocaine problem in Antwerp, but that's another topic. So, and now we're in this constant, let's say, making up for history phase. So we as a Flemish part pay way more taxes, and it gets, so we're 7 million Flemish people and 4 million French people in the south. And the taxes are collected equally, and then are collected like in one big pot, and then it gets distributed equally. So the French-speaking part gets the same amount of, for example, infrastructure budget or military budget, schooling budget, etc. But they're like only half the population. So now there's a bit of a discrepancy regarding, let's say, taxation fairness. To just I don't know, I can't put another word on it, but we learn to live along with it. And regarding a government, we actually don't need one. If you look at the Belgian parties, I think we have like 7, 8 parties for every language. So we have, our government is made up of, I think, 12 different political parties. I can look it up if you want. But now we have a minority
that
government.
sounds like a disaster.
It is. It's like one big filibuster. Nothing gets done except if it has to, or if it's bipartisan. But generally, we're so well off with our port business that we're like a rich country that's drowning itself in Kafkaesque bullshit, to be honest, because right now we have a minority government. So our government is made up of all the minority losers, like the minor part. I don't mean my minority ethically, but
the minority government, like, yeah.
The parties, political parties.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we had a big surge of conservatism in 2018. And I think of all the parties, the leading party at 32% was, let's say, central right, and then the far right party had 27%. So they were around 55%. Majority was a central to right movement. But now the government, because no one got along, the government is made up of 6 different fractions, all leaning far left, all the minority losers of last election. So we just learned to deal with it. We have, like, if you look at COVID, for example, we're doing it equally bad as the rest of Europe. Now we're having our own little spike, but we're such a dense populated country that it's really hard to not get a spike. But we have 9 different ministers of health. So somehow, with all this bullshit going on, we still managed to be on par with the European standard regarding problem solving.
9 ministers of health.
Yeah.
America, you guys call ministers secretaries. So you're secretary, whatever.
Like the Secretary of Defense. Yeah, like you have, England has ministers, right?
Yeah.
We have 6 governments. Huh? That's the big problem. Also, we have the Flemish-speaking government. So we have 2 governments by language. So a German, because we also have German in the East. We have like a little German conclave that also has its own government. So we have German government, a Flemish-speaking government, and then a French-speaking government. And then we have a government based on territory. So a government of Flanders, a government of Brussels itself, and a government of the French and German part together. And then we have one topping federal government. So we have 6 governments, and the federal government doesn't even have more power than the, let's say, municipal ones.
The Americans in this chat are sitting there going, "Man, I thought we were fucked."
Well, you got the negativity that gets along with polarization and, let's say, a lack of a decent alternative. We have we call it choice stress. That's like a literal translation of the word, like the stress coming from an abundance of choices. So that's our political system.
But do you get any situations where you get cross cooperation though? Do you find that having that many different political parties, do you find they ever kind of combine forces with one another? They
form coalitions all the time.
Right.
So and then like for example, before we had a government right now, there were like all these different planning phases, and there were these options on the table, and they all had names that were derived of flags. Because, for example, the liberals and the Flemish nationalists are the blues and the reds, so we call it the Swedish coalition, for example. Things like that. We got the Norse, I think the Norse, which was red, the socialists together with the Christians, which is white. And that's how we solved it. But this coalition is going on all the time. Parties die. Parties are. I think the youngest party we have right now is from 2005. If I'm not mistaken. Those are the far left. Let's say not the communists, but as far left as decent politics can go. And now they have 12% of the house.
Wow.
But they're like the smallest we have.
So,
The green
how you guys, you've got a very, very diverse population. So how you guys have sort of work together after you find an issue and then it gets worked on at local level, like health. There's 9 ministers, but each will have his little area. They'll sort of work together if they have to. Or so how you don't end up in a civil war is by bringing things more down to the local level and then working together more at a local level. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, we're very dependent on a local level because locally things change very quickly. So I live in Antwerp, it's a province with around 1 million inhabitants. It's only like 50 kilometers wide. It's really small, and that has its own industry. So everything is like taken care of locally, especially when it's regarding economics, because we have the big port. So regarding tariffs, immigration, work-wise, infrastructure, there's a lot of independence locally.
Are there a lot of cultural differences between the provinces? I don't know if you call them.
Not really. No, it's all just Flemish, and I don't know how to even explain it. Like if you're a bit familiar with like the medieval paintings of the Flemish primitives, they're called, like Rubens, for example. And when you see these little, let's say, we were like a farmer's country for like until 100 years ago. So there was not a lot of culture to talk about in the first place. We had our hubs like Antwerp, Bruges, which is very well reserved, but it's all quite homogeneous. Let's say. I think there's a bigger difference, for example, in France, with the north of France and the south of France, than Belgium has as a whole. So that gets along pretty well. And what I know historically, as a population, Belgium has been ruled by a lot of countries for a long time, like. The Austrians ruled us, the Germans, the English, the Dutch, the French, and I know that's about it. So 5 different rulers, and then we became independent. So you can say that the Belgian mentality is a bit of, we say like keep your head below the grain and do what you want.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of our culture. So if you look at the streets in Belgium, there's like this book here. It's called Ugly Belgian Houses, because there's no infrastructure rules. Everyone does. If you want to like chop off a tree in your garden, you just do it. If you want to build an outhouse, you just do it. So there's this mentality of doing what you want underneath the grain. So whatever happens politically, let them gerrymander and lose time. Everything gets solved so locally and mostly informally that let's say the usefulness of the government doesn't really bother us on a day-to-day level.
I love this because it's like Belgium. Let's say I don't know, how would you describe your leader? Like, you're a federal leader. Would it be a president as well?
No, we have a prime minister.
Prime minister. I love it. So it's like you guys get a prime minister, and everyone at the local level is like, yeah, he's in charge. Okay.
Like the lockdown in Antwerp was completely different compared to Brussels, and it takes 30 minutes with a train because they all did it locally. So Brussels had a 10 o'clock curfew. We had a 12 o'clock curfew. For example, Brussels closed their bars a month earlier than we did, for example. And then you have the French-speaking part, they had their own different rules. The bars at the coastlines were still open because there's no tourism, so they didn't bother to close it. So everything's so locally, and it doesn't always work, for example. Construction takes forever. Budget spending doesn't get done. And we have a very weird role in the European grand scale as well. So it seems like because we can't form like
whenever you guys get invaded, a world war starts,
everyone needs us because that's like the, let's say, the other side of the advantage of being like, we're like a strategically very convenient little state. We were practically created to keep the big powers at bay during, let's say, the big reconstruction of Europe in the 19th century. So we were created right in the middle of Germany, France, the Netherlands, and England. Netherlands being very mighty with their Dutch trade alliance. So although their land was a small country, they were very powerful, and we were like right in the middle, such so everyone could like leave each other alone. Our constitution says we can't take a side during a world war. That's why we lost a part of Belgium on our independence, because we needed France's help, and that's why we won a part of Germany after the First World War, because we had to breach our own constitution by letting them invade us and stay neutral. So because we are not allowed to take a side during a European conflict. It's in our constitution as a buffer state. So we got some territory from Germany when they forced us to join them in the First World War. Hitler didn't do it. He learned his lesson, so he just invaded us and didn't give a fuck. But that's like,
Wow.
yeah, it is. He waltzed through us in, I think, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
On the Battle of France, they got incredibly lucky. The Maginot Line worked very well. The border between France and Germany, the Maginot Line worked perfectly. The problem was the Panzer tanks were so fast when they were moving, and blitzkrieg, they didn't actually fight the French and the Belgians. They just went around them and went after their supply lines. And
I didn't know that, because I know there was a battle in the southern part of Belgium. The Ardennes, it's called. There was a big battle over there, as far as I know.
yeah. Well, one of the problems during the Maginot Line was originally built assuming that the French and Belgians would be allied, and that they could have French soldiers. If tensions were high, they could have French soldiers already in Belgium. But when Belgium applied neutrality, the French could only pass the border once the Germans had passed the border.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. Because we have to stay neutral. We cannot take any alliance during any conflict, which makes us. I mean, if you compare us with the Dutch, you can compare us with the Dutch like Americans can compare themselves with Canadians. You know, same language. It's all in the small differences. It's like when I go to Holland, it's like. Let's say it's like I'm going on a holiday in my backyard, because everything's like a little different, but it's all very comprehensible for me. And if you compare us with the Dutch, they have a completely different culture because they were able to manifest themselves as a culture, as an entity themselves. So if you want to like try to get a grip of Belgium and understand the mentality, just go to the Netherlands and imagine they weren't allowed to do anything they're doing right now. So the way Dutch people are very open, they have a very they're very patriotic, but in a very inviting way. We lack all of that because we were always like a bit subdued into this neutrality and keeping your head low. You just compare the national holiday in Belgium with the Netherlands. Netherlands, it's called Queen's Day. They're all wearing orange. There's like millions of people in the streets. Belgium, as soon as it rains, everyone stays inside. So if you want to have a look, if you want to like understand Belgium, compare us to Holland and imagine. We're like Holland's shy little brother. That's Belgium.
I love hearing things like that about like various different cultures. Like I think it's so cool.
Me too.
Yeah, it's so cool hearing about those kinds of things. Like, I always find it super interesting, like that, like the French president, like, you know, before he goes out in front of a crowd, I imagine Macron, like, you know, fixing his cufflinks and, you know, like straightening his tie and stuff before he goes out in front of a bunch of French people, whereas, you know, the American president like takes his tie off and fucking rolls up his sleeves, you know, and stuff.
You know,
it's totally like cultural difference. And then like, I don't know, the British prime minister, I don't know. I don't even know, maybe like
Boris
tries to like straighten their back or something, or I don't know, then he does that awkward dance out onto the stage or something like I don't know.
Did you know, like, for example, the Prime Minister of Holland, he rides his bike to everything. So imagine like Trump riding a bike to the White House. That's the Dutch Prime Minister. He rides his
the best
bike
thing I've
everywhere.
ever heard in my life.
That's awesome.
Sorry to interject here, but so the core message of what I take from what you're saying is
Yeah.
how America could become more not homogenous, not after homogeny, but how the Democrats and the Republicans could sort of reconcile and have the best future is federalism, bring everything more down to the local level, and what was the other thing I was thinking? Like federalism and libertarianism.
Yeah,
I would agree. Because Frank, you're from Florida, right?
correct.
Yeah, I went there like 5 times. So, and longest I went there was like a month and a half. So I'm pretty familiar with, especially Orlando, because we rented a house in Kissimmee for like a month
Oh,
and a half.
I live in
Yeah,
Orlando.
it was during the Bush administration when the dollar was really low. We went to Florida for like a month every summer, and especially Kissimmee. I guess you know it, a little
Yeah,
gated community.
yeah, I know Kissimmee.
So and as George was saying, like I was really fond of the little cultural differences as well, because it's a Western country and you got the same TV programs. I was fluent in English back then as well, so for me I could really like inspect how Americans did everything a little bit differently. So and that's something that's really enjoyable when visiting this, let's say, a culturally aligning country, instead of like when you go to Asia and you're like so adapting that you can't really, let's say, absorb the small differences.
Yeah.
And I think I saw them as like the nicest part of America, if I'm correct, like mentality wise, very helpful people and very apolitical as far as I was concerned. Was like maybe it was the fact that I was in a well-off part of Florida, but regarding George's what you said about how Americans should reconcile, as far as I know, I think the American mentality doesn't have to change that much. Like I think the way you all are forced to take a side is the most destructive your country has right now.
I think,
Yeah.
and I think you're right. I mean, my experience when actually talking to real human beings about politics, 9 times out of 10, we have a civil conversation, and it usually works out just fine. I mean, I would even say, Frank, whether you agree with me, that most of the conflict you see is in the media, in the news, and online anonymously. I mean, that's pretty much where you see all the horrible conflict. I mean, average people on the street, unless you get groups of protesters, that's different. But
Exactly.
average people on the street,
You got a town square on steroids right now. If you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
because everything's supercharged, because there's anonymity, there's let's say pride on the internet as well. Everyone's proud. There's misinformation, and there's this, let's say, forced kinship. You have to take a side, and as soon as you're in that side, you only hear bad things about the other side. Like
Right.
this Jordan Peterson group, for example, on Facebook is pretty neutral, and I'm there just to have some civil discussions. That was in a Sargon of Akkad group before. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him.
A little bit.
Yeah, I'm not a fan for his. I think he's like a.
He was fine. He's fine a few years ago, but he fell off a cliff a while ago.
Yeah, as soon as he got like a bit of clout with the debates in Milwaukee, I think it was.
Yeah.
He got a bit arrogant, and then you got those. Then that's more of a realm of, let's say, faulty conservatives. Like, for example, I like Candace Owens, but she needs to shut up about climate change because she's so sure about it. For example, so that all, like, let's say, puts tension on your town square as Americans, and I think if that tension is relieved at first, then there can be some more alignment between, let's say, party enthusiasts.
Yeah, I think Eric has it right, and it's face to face, it's so much more civil, but it's just the inflation of anonymity on the internet. It's when you go to a protest and you're not talking to a person, you're talking to a mob, or you're talking to a group.
And you're defending a mob as well. You're forced to defend a certain view of the world every time.
Exactly. So that's why it's like I think we're really good. We're in a really good place, the West. I think we're in the process of going to the next step and transcending or whatever. And this is kind of it's that like fundamental unconscious thing. We're not sure what we're debating, but we know it's there and we're figuring that out and it's playing itself out.
Yeah, but yeah, and I think it has to just pace out. You cannot force certain, uh, let's say, changes, societal changes upon a group of people if they're not aware about it themselves. Like you cannot legislate forgiveness or anti-racism. You cannot legislate it. You have to make people conscious about what's going on. And right now, I think it's done in a very sloppy way because it's the first time we have to do it on such a big scale with the internet and social media, and we need an explanation for everything right now. Like we don't have the time to admit that we don't know something yet, and then we're looking for answers everywhere, and bad information doesn't get filtered out at all. Because I can be honest and say like I believe things that were clearly debunkable afterwards.
Yeah.
Like,
So-
you
And you're
see,
like, God damn it, you know, and then you have to admit to yourself, like, fuck, I was stupid, and it all made sense the first time when you hear something, and then it makes even more sense when you hear why it's.
the thing for me is like, I mean, I'm all like George. You were asking a question about like what we could take from Belgium's circumstances, as to describe them and translate them to the US and stuff. Like, and I'm not sure if what I'm saying really disagrees with you much. Let me know if it is or not. But like, I'm always iffy. Like, I don't think that the problems that something like America has right now are political institution problems. I think they're cultural problems, you know.
Yeah.
I think that America's political institutions are just fine, you know. I'm sure there's many things you can criticize about them, and that's fine. But like, the issue that I see in American culture, and I think this is what makes cultures generally unstable, is that people, they don't just have certain ideas and have certain opinions about things. They start to like attach, like those ideas get like a tinge of like obedience and piety and like devotion to duty and stuff like that. As in, like people start to, you know, make a measure of themselves based on how they conform to certain ideas. And I think that is people assess their own value in America based on how they conform to like lefty ideas or like Trumpian ideas or something like that. And as something like that becomes prevalent in a culture, that culture becomes really like rotten and poisonous, you know.
Yeah, I think something that was mentioned. It's I think George might have said the word like it has to do a little bit with federalism, but it's on a cultural level. It's finding the American identity, because right now it's been stereotyped, and we have this this obviously bad past, and people. I think we're in the process of like acknowledging it and just how to deal with it. But I think we need to eventually create the new stereotype of the better American stereotype, and it's back to like the original ideals, like every man created equal, but now it's like implied every person, man, woman, race, gender, whatever. And it's something that we need to create an identity that everybody jumps into. It's like, that makes me American. That makes me American. So everyone, we need to
like
create
what kind
those
of ideas people
similarities.
draw value from. Sorry, go ahead. I cut off the last video.
Oh, no,
You said
sorry.
there.
So what'd you say? What was the question?
No. I was being rude there. I interrupted the last thing you just said. What did you say?
No, so it was basically that. It's just and Obama kind of did this, and I think it was like a good speech, and it's basically saying the same thing. It doesn't matter what race you are, what gender, your background, we're all American.
Yeah.
Because the stereotype is, if you're American, so like a meme that's popular, it's like when you protest like racism, it's so similar to protesting America, and it's hard to tell
Oh
the
yeah,
difference.
Michael Eric Dyson said it when he
Yeah.
quoted the great Beyonce Knowles. Yeah, I remember it.
So like it's like kind of like that. So it's like we have an American stereotype, but now we need to. It's kind of like Jordan. We have the I'm reading the after meeting. We have the unbearable present, and we need to figure out what's our ideal, and we need to like reestablish or adapt or just get an agreement on what the ideal should be and get those common values, so we can be like, this is where we're at now. But as Americans, we all want to be here, and that's what unites us. And that was like a big deal with conservatism. Really quick, it was like a big deal with like Muslims coming over and Sharia law, and it's like they're kind of redefining that. But we need to integrate it and just again create that ideal that everyone can relate to, and that's what's going to create that cultural
Yeah,
federalism. Bring us together.
it's like for me, it's like I don't. I think it's totally fine that someone might be like really, really committed to like left wing ideas or right wing ideas in the sense that they just believe that they're good ideas. Like that's fine. And I've come across people in my life that do feel strongly about certain positions in that sense. But it's the people that seem to have some kind of like they measure themselves off of those ideas. You know, it's not just that they think the ideas are good, it's they think that holding those ideas make them good people. And it's people like that that I find are just like they're the ones that are horrible to talk to. They're the ones that are impossible to reach. You know, you can't have a civil disagreement. You know.
Yeah, it makes it more difficult.
The one thing I have noticed throughout the world is the nationality is defined in different ways in different countries. So what I noticed in Canada is a Canadian was somebody who believed that it was a prescription of beliefs, and but it was more complicated than that. There was one prescription of beliefs, and that made you a conservative, but that was a real Canadian. And then the liberals said that no, the real beliefs Canadians believe are these ideas, and that makes you a real Canadian. And they really pitted against each other, both believing that the others weren't as real of Canadians as the other.
Fighting for the title.
And that's what they're really communicating there is like, you know, you're not as good of a person, and I'm defining, you know, what would you say, conformity to a cultural identity, you know, as being one of the things. It's like you're not as good of a Canadian as I am because you don't along my lines in some sense.
Yeah.
The thing I find
everyone is dehumanizing right now at the moment. That's like the big comeback of ever since the Trump election last cycle. Like for the Americans, Brooke, are you American as well?
Eric, yeah. My name's Eric. It's my girlfriend.
Eric, yeah. You said before.
Yeah, I'm from Massachusetts.
Who's for Americans, it must be really confusing to have like a random day and then you meet like a guy with a MAGA hat who, let's say, helps you out with like a car problems or helps you out at the door of something, and then you're like, damn, that dude wasn't that bad. That was like just a normal guy like me. And then you come home, you turn on the news, and you're like, yeah, fuck those MAGA wearing this and that, and they're the basket of deplorables. And that's creating so much confusion right now that it's about to turn people violent because you're like, what the fuck is going on, and who's the bad guy over here? And everyone's so like the finger pointing isn't even like let's say effective because both big groups are pointing fingers at each other, but they're so protective and hypocrite about their own mistakes that those on both sides, not a single issue is getting addressed because they're more busy with defending their own mistakes and actually addressing the other's faulty philosophies or whatever. Yeah. And that's creating and that's, I think the Canadians as well, as you said, they're experiencing the same thing. We don't have it like that. We are not fighting for the Belgian identity, the French and the Flemish. Because I don't know about the Canadian French-speaking issue, but it took a long time before that got settled. We never had it. Like you hear some people complain about the taxes because I pay a 43% income tax. Mm-hmm. It's pretty high. I think the non-married Belgian single is the most taxed person in the world. So I hold that record right now. But I think like this ideology war is more. I think it's more like let's say an effect of confusion and actual striding ideologies. I think there's a lot of common ground that can be found, but like every conservative speaker has to be pro-life or denies climate change. Those are very debatable things. Yeah. And or like the gun debate, for example, everyone's so sticking to their point. Mm-hmm. Like the guns kill people, no, the people kill people argument is going on forever, and there's like no common ground being found because everyone's just busy covering their tracks and pointing fingers.
So just to go from there, I feel like in this topic, generally speaking, we're all on the same page. So I wanted to like kind of go to a different topic where there might be some unknowns that each with our own perspectives could provide some insight.
Okay.
How should I start this? So let me go this way. I started. Let me tell like a story. So I started learning about conservatism and started, going online and stuff and reading, watching videos. I learned about libertarianism. Got popular like a decade ago, a few years ago with Ron Paul and American politics. That got kind of big. Then I started getting into, okay, what is that really? What's anarchy? And I got like into the rabbit hole. What's anarcho capitalism and all of that. But just to simplify, I think if you were to simplify the politics left and right in the spectrum, stereotypically as you go more right wing, less authoritarian, you go from like centrist, right wing, libertarian, then even less government and less government until it's like anarchy, which was, it never clicked to me. Anarchy was more of a right wing thing.
That's what I always said to my friends. Like the most far right people you'll meet are the punk community,
Yeah, and it was like,
and they
because you
all
always
have it,
associated that
but
with
they
the
don't.
left, but that was
Well,
crazy.
Yeah,
I think you
like
see
the big
right.
punkers are the most far right you can find right now. Like the caravan living, refuse to work, just playing the drums all day. Those are the most far right anti-society people you can find.
But it's
They're pretty
just,
dependent on far left policies because they're not living in the woods and surviving by their own. I think Ron Swanson is the most far right person you can ever like meet.
exactly. So, but it's just like the connotation flipped as opposed to the definition. It really separated. But as I kept going more right, you get anarchy and you get anarcho capitalism. Basically, one of the hallmarks of libertarianism, and I'm just going to try and summarize this as quickly as possible, get to the meat of it. It's the NAP. They call it the NAP, and it's the non aggressive principle. And just in case, I don't know if anyone here knows about it, at its core, it's like, what gives us the right to, it's consent. And one word to put in terms of the left, it's consent. And it's like, what gives you the right to hurt someone else, to hurt someone's property, take their possessions? You need consent. And a couple quick examples. If I have my neighbor to throw trash in his yard, it's a form of aggression. You're damaging his property. Where's the consent in
Yeah,
that? And that's wrong. But the
yeah,
problem is, and I'm watching a lot of debates on YouTube a while ago. That's I would say their ideal, and that's what they're trying to figure out. I don't think they figured it out because, for example, when the just two places really quick where they get into trouble is first is children, parents to children. If your baby who can't communicate doesn't consent to getting their butt wiped, you're not gonna wipe it. You have to. There's some practicalities that they haven't figured out. And the second is, with your neighbor and their property, fine. It's obvious throwing trash is wrong. But what if you put chemicals on your lawn and it seeps into their lawn? It gets gray. But then if you go to the extreme, what if you just breathe on their lawn? They didn't consent to that. Obviously, it's negligible. It's a continuum and it meets a threshold of like common sense. But the problem is, what's the rule, the fundamental rule and logic in play? And this is stuff they're trying to figure out. And to me, I get at the heart of it, and to me, it is would tie into like the next topic if we get there. Um, it's this non-aggression principle. It's this idea of consent, and that I relate to, and I see that ideal. And I'll stop there really quick before we keep going. I just want to say for people who start, it's like an hour, 30 minutes. If we need a break, use the restroom. This is
All right, I've
super
got a bit.
informal. Beautiful.
Awesome.
This is super informal and just want to make sure everyone's cool.
oh yeah. Well, there's one thing. I know that the definition of common sense is used legally. So, for example, advertisement cannot persuade people with common sense, for example. So that's an actual legal term. So you can use that to, like, let's say, what you said is right, besides the fact that everyone's personal rights border on someone else's personal rights.
Exactly.
So I have the right to play music right now. It's 11:30 right now in Belgium, but my upstairs neighbor has the right to sleep. So there's a border in between that, and I can pat my ceiling if I want, but there's still she has to give her consent to be kept awake, for example. So what you said is like, it's true in a way when you live pretty much by yourself and you don't bother people on a day-to-day basis by crossing their path, because then you can say like, hey, you didn't consent to be next to me at the grocery store, I don't consent of your dirty smell, for example, at the bus, and that goes on forever. So there should be like a border of, even when it's legally defined as common sense, then you can use that as a border to just go from common sense and then figure it out from that.
No, so exactly, and I forgot to say this was like the final point. You're exactly right. It's eventually, this kind of ties very loosely. It slips in with freedom. So it's like, for example, um, the basis that libertarians use for consent and ownership and possession. There's a whole philosophy with it. Is like at its basis, the most fundamental thing is, well, I own myself. That's if I own anything, it's me. So no one can touch me or do anything to me. But even again, I know it's a continuum and there's ridiculous examples, but it's like you can't talk to me, consent. Well, it's like, well, can you think about me? How does that work? And yeah, is that exactly is the gray area, even though it's like
That's the
not
rabbit hole you were talking about, I think.
exactly. So to me, it's like a mix. So I'm trying to like politically and ideologically, I'm trying to start from ground zero and work my way up. But you kind of start somewhere, and then I'm working with like our culture and tradition and refining it until they meet.
Yeah, the middle ground is just most of the time the solution for everything. Like when you have two extremes not figuring it out, there's always this middle ground. And I think it's weird because in socialist Belgium, let's say, there's no libertarianism. So we already agree to some form of consent at birth for certain things. That's why my taxation is huge, but I pay I think 180 euros a year for my health insurance.
Yeah. So for me, it's like this is why. Okay, even this is why I can say um, two things. I have an attack on the left, like a logic. I found their logical hole, and I think with communism it's obvious. I read the Communist Manifesto, at least with communism particularly. I won't even just separate Marxism. They're very vague as to like who's the oppressor. With the
Mm.
extreme right, it's this libertarian, it's consent, but it's like you go down this rabbit hole. Where does it end? And to the point that the extreme libertarianism or anarchy, this consensual thing, it's non-realistic. It cannot exist in our reality. So what do you do then? So George, Danny, I don't know, just we're saying a
Yeah.
lot. What's your
Um,
input?
so something that stuck in my mind that you were saying there was the libertarians start with "I belong to me," and to me, by my reckoning, the way I've always thought about where I fit in the world is I don't consider myself to belong to me. Um, I consider like, well, if I'd have done that, I'd have put a bullet in my head years ago, right? Because I have a bad day. Well, I can end it, but that's not where the hurt would end. It's like I've got my family, my parents, my brother, my sister, and so in a way, I do belong to them because they'd be incredibly hurt if I did put a bullet in my own head. If like, and then in a way, you sell your time to your boss for work. You sell your time to your clients for work. So in a way, that's a contract. You are your some of your time belongs to your clients.
But just to devil's advocate real quick, I would say, but you consensually gave away your time to your boss. So like I would
Oh
say
yeah, you signed the
originally it's all
contract.
you.
Yeah, you signed the contract. You made that choice. But in another way, like I was saying earlier, when I was 16, like all I wanted to do was join the Air Force. It's like you belong to the Air Force. That's what it is. Unfortunately for me, I didn't get in, but that concept, soldiers, they belong to the army. And that includes if you are going to get killed. You belong to the guys you are with. And so in a way, like, yeah, if I belonged to myself, I wouldn't be here by now. But then, there's my family, then there's my friends, then, in a way, there's people who rely on me, either clients or co-workers, boss, and then you've got I'm relied on. I help out at the flying club. I teach a bit of I teach people at the flying club. I teach people at the gliding club. I'm part of all of these societies, and then I'm part of this town that I live in. If I shot myself, well, somebody's going to have to come and clean it up, and then and my landlord won't get his rent, so that hurts his bottom line, and then the municipality won't get the taxes off my income tax, and the country in the future generations, like let's say tomorrow I come up with a brilliant idea and I invent something that cured climate change or cured cancer or whatever, well, nobody would get that. So in a way, I've never thought of myself as belonging to myself. I think that's an egocentric, not as the egocentric isn't always a bad thing.
Yeah.
That egocentric presupposition is it leads you down a rabbit hole, and it sort of places you outside of society. And I mean, I'm an immigrant. I was outside of the society 2 years ago, but yeah, no, you've got to sort of sell yourself. You're going to get married at some point. Most people do. That's a large part of most people's life, even if you're not married or with a partner. If you're with a partner, So that's just the one thing that came to mind with what you said. Even though I see your.
I just on a grand scale of things, I think humans by definition agree to be codependent. So you can consent to not be, let's say, dependent of anyone and just live by yourself, and you're free to do that. And I think every country has its forest wild men somewhere, those people. You can agree to do that, but most people just don't because it's non-viable. So I think that's what you said is certainly true, but I think by definition you have to agree to like this grand scale of being codependent, because no one here made his own phone, for example. You were dependent on someone else to make it. The beer you held, did you brew it? Yeah, it's Belgian, nice. It's a good one. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. So as you said, I think you can besides that agreed codependency, you have some limited options to consent to, to decide on consent as much as possible.
Yes.
And you can adapt your lifestyle around that.
Yeah.
And if you can find some people who are equally minded, you can. I mean, the Queens is a good example of that. They agree on how they're free of most of, let's say, societal standards, and the Amish even more, for example. So they agree to their codependency, but then they're as libertarian as can be, actually.
I think I might have explained it thinking about what you said. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a part of me that belongs to me. There has to be, otherwise, if you're too agreeable and you get taken advantage of, and then you've got nothing for you in your life. For me, that's my hobby. The part of me that's I think. Yeah, I mean, your ownership of you is broken up into so many, and yeah, you own a part of you, and you are completely. You're right. You're completely codependent until you're 8 years old.
At least.
Yeah.
And then through life, because no one is no one's a wild man anymore. So you're intertwined in this figure of everyone doing their own part in society, and as long as our living standard keeps elevating, it's going to be even more intertwined. So we have to agree on some point that not everything is going to be made in your own country, even, or that there's some societal standards. You can't just walk around naked all the time. So those are standards you have to agree on, or you just make your life more miserable. And then again, with the common sense argument, then if you as a society can just agree on the certain basics and then leave people as they are as much as possible, that's, I think, the most libertarian you can get. If those core standards are agreed upon and respected by each players, no one's taking advantage of anything, then you can be the you can live by your rules of consent as much as you want, and then you can maybe argue like, don't breathe near me because I don't like it.
Yeah.
That's an argument for marriage.
Especially right now,
An argument husbands and wives have. Don't breathe to me.
So I just want to make
I mean-
sure everyone else spoke. Like Danny, I don't know if you're still there. If you had anything to say.
I think his mic's turned off.
Yeah, his mic is turned off. I don't know if he did that on purpose.
Well,
He might be taking a break. That's fine.
Yeah.
he quit giving consent to hear him.
Yeah. So
Well, because what
so it's kind of these.
time is it over there?
Over here, it's 4:41 p.m. or 1600.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, almost 1700.
Maybe something completely different. Do you think? I'm just thinking about that America is going to get rid of their empirical system ever?
Oh, you mean like inches and
Yeah.
feet? I think at some point,
It's a
like
hard thing. to change.
practical best case scenario, we'll keep it just to troll everyone else because we'll think it's a joke.
I mean, it's just, I think it would just be a hard thing to change. I mean, think of all the instruction manuals we already have printed
Yeah.
for things, and like, it's just it's not that it's a bad idea, or it's not that we don't like it. I think it's just so ingrained in our society that to change it would be, I mean, be like untangling a really big knot, you know?
Yeah, it's like creative destruction. It's gonna take some time. Well, everything
I mean,
that
what
we
generation gets to be the crossover? You know what I mean? What generation gets to be the one that learned it to the one that didn't? You know, it's just
Yeah. Because
I can say for having flown European aircraft and having flown American aircraft, the American I mean, in aviation, we're still, well, in aviation globally, altitude is in feet, distance is in nautical miles, which nobody uses except sailors. Speed is in knots, which is nautical miles an hour. And in Europe, we're now using altitude in feet, distance in kilometers, and speed in kilometers an hour, which is just fantastic to be using all of those. And gliders use altitude in meters, so you hear both on the radio.
damn.
So I don't think it's going to change because, I mean, aviation is one of the biggest industries and that's standardized, and everybody else has to learn the American way.
Yeah, it was just something that popped in my head when you said like 1600 hours.
yeah.
Because now that I think about it, I cannot imagine what like 3 feet is, for example. I can imagine what a meter is like mentally, but can you guys imagine what like 15 centimeters is, for example?
Yeah,
No.
Okay.
I need to convert
I mean,
that.
probably, I mean, in the ballpark, yeah, but not really.
Yeah, it was just like an impulsive thought when I asked it, but I was just wondering, like, is it ever going to change? Because there's like, I remember when I was in America, for me, it was a big adaptation, but I was just looking at the volumetrics of certain objects, like, okay, yeah, that's a can of Coke. It's 12 ounces.
Yeah.
OZ,
What was it?
that's ounces. It's 12, right? And the bottles are like,
16 ounces is a pound.
Not to cut across you, guys. There, I have to jump off and go on another call. All right, I really enjoyed the talk. Sorry to drop off on you there in the last like 20
No, it's
minutes.
okay.
No,
man.
it's
It's not
fine. Thank
Yeah.
you.
If you're
Bye,
doing,
mate.
yeah, I really enjoyed it. If you're doing another call like this, feel free to hit me up, or if not, that's also fine or whatever. But yeah, no, it was good talking to you guys.
Yeah, you
Cheers.
too.
Have a good night.
You too.
Good
Bye
night.
bye, guys.
Yeah.
I bet you guys had the election chapter already
We what?
when
What's that?
discussing things.
Yeah. Before you came on, we touched on the elections a bit with
Ah, okay.
stability and everything.
Because we're like honestly, to Americans, what's gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen? Like, is it gonna play out further, or is the deal done?
I think it's done. I think there's just gonna be a lot of drama on the media. Maybe obviously Donald Trump is gonna be dramatic.
Yeah.
He's gonna like
Everybody's with
have
it.
a show. but I think for the most part, it's just gonna be same old, same old. Same way,
Yeah.
the same way he got elected, and there was a bit of craziness. There's gonna be a bit of craziness, and it'll go back to the norm, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
The problem with a change of party in America is not seen by Americans. Generally, what happens is, for example, George Bush had one policy, one strategy, whatever you want to call it, in Afghanistan. Obama comes along, changes the policy. All of a sudden, the battlefield, it's like the Allies changed slightly, and a lot of people in Afghanistan and Iraq, their situation is volatile based on U.S. policy. So another, and this is why it's very difficult for America to find allies in the world, and people to come forward in these areas, even in Bosnia back in the 90s, and now, like Afghans, they sit there in the town like this. They see coalition troops come through. They just say nothing, pretend they're not there, because one minute they're getting parcel gifts and being given radios, and the next minute it's like they're gone when the Taliban straight back. So the biggest effect that I think that a change of party has in America is always in areas in the world where we would never go, and it's sad, but
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was always like everyone's saying like, yeah, but it's gonna be like a Republican Senate majority, so nothing's gonna happen. But that's only for America. I think their foreign policies are gonna change a lot. So I know it's because I haven't been. I'm really catching up on Obama's policies because I was pretty young back then and really not engaged at all. So I was like, yeah, he's the first black president, cool. But what were like the big changes between him and Trump, for example, that are going to be reestablished when Biden is in charge on a foreign level?
Yeah.
Foreign level? I don't know what they're going to do now. I mean, it's a lot of back and
So I know like Trump's at least publicly has this image that I think I gave him some credit there on his relationship with China. Between America and China, he was able to not only present maybe a strong image, but maybe make some progress in the interest of America. But maybe the Middle East will change a little bit as well. And just like George mentioned, George got us there. I think Obama, and definitely not internal pressure. We saw our own failure in the Middle East, and we're like, we need to get out of there. But it's a balance, because even though I agree we should have never been there, now that we messed it up, it's like now we have a responsibility to at least make right what we did wrong. And maybe we might be more, it's hard to say, foreign policy wise. I think, especially now since we're not at war, I think at least America with identity politics, most of the news is focused on ourselves as opposed to the world. So foreign policy might, to play the cynic, would be whatever interests corporations want that affect our congressmen and so forth. Yeah, I don't think Americans.
Fortunately, if you're talking about the Democrats with the corporate interest, most of the donors, most of the oil donors, were donating to the Republicans. So the Middle East isn't the big focus of the Democrat Party, and trying to maximize profit in the Middle East isn't their priority. So I haven't read up on Biden's plans for the Middle East, mainly because I never thought he'd actually get elected. But
Same.
a big surprise. But I haven't read up what his plans are. But just off the top of my head, I'd imagine they would be focusing on more American oil and trying to get into green and renewable, rather than. which minimizes the focus on the Middle East, but that doesn't mean the Middle East isn't a problem to the world right now. And so we'll see what Russia seems to be. Russia seems to be active in Syria. They have been, while America really only sent advisors and some troops. Russia seems to be the ones siding with the Assad regime, which, not a nice guy, war criminal, done very bad things. But if you're going to support anybody, the sitting government is the one that kind of makes the most sense in some respects. But yeah, I personally couldn't make any predictions because I haven't read up enough on Biden's foreign policy.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now, but there's like not much to find.
I think I think the big change that Trump saw was, and this might have been Obama too, with the withdrawing of troops. I think the big change in American attitude after the Second Gulf War, was more domestic focused than foreign. The Obama started pulling troops back, and people stopped caring as much about what's going on in the rest of the world. Yeah. They wanted to focus more and more on America, and foreign wars are a foreign problem, just as long as they don't come here. Which in some ways I can understand. In some ways it's a good thing to take care of your own house before. Even Peterson writes about, put your own house in order before policing the world. But yeah, in a way, it was a stabilizing factor having a country with a big stick. And times change, but Obama was pulling soldiers back. And Trump really did not. I mean, the Twitter wars were not an actual war.
Yeah.
It's like fire a salvo of tweets. That's fine. Let's just not nuke anybody. But yeah, the focus these days I see sitting in France is America isn't interested in the rest of the world right now, and in a way that's sort of a relief. In other ways, it's like, yeah, we really could use a coalition to wipe out and sort of stabilize everything in Syria. But, because it's much closer to me sitting here in France than you guys. And in France, we've had 2 terrorist attacks in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, that's all happened.
Yeah. But those are really homegrown. Those are French people who are doing this. And again, the Bataclan's attack in Paris, where they went in and they killed about 120 people. They were born in Nantes, which is just I'm halfway between Nantes and Paris. So Nantes is on the west coast of France.
Where do you live right now? Because I'm from that part as well.
Laval, Brittany, just on the border of Brittany.
Oh, because I'm from Rouen. It's like
Rouen, up north.
Yeah.
Oh, nice,
Yeah.
nice.
So continue. Sorry, man.
That's all right.
Yeah, what were you saying?
I was just saying, like the absolute majority of terrorists in France have been from France, and obviously of a certain religion, and it's homegrown. Like most terrorists in America are American, and most mass shootings are done by Americans. So it's people who've fallen outside of the society who are right here who are the most dangerous people in any society.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
France has an integration issue, like in a way that they like on the local standard they just can't figure it out. Same here in Belgium. Like most of the Muslims get along with everyone else, but the issues don't get addressed because then the sensitivity pops up. But that doesn't give like the, let's say, the the grand majority of integrated Muslims a chance to form their own alliance to say no, there is a problem, because it all gets like silenced. So that's the same in France, I guess, because I think France has the biggest concentration.
Yeah, it's about 10% of the population here are Muslim, but it's not that Muslim from the Middle East. Until 1948, Algeria was part of France too.
My granddad is from Algeria, also.
Yeah,
So my dad is half French, half Algerian.
Yeah, so they speak Arabic and French. In fact, I think French is the most popular language in Algeria these days. So
It's a second language.
Oh, it's the second language. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
And Morocco as well. So like, you get large Moroccan populations, and they are a slightly different ethnicity. They do congregate amongst themselves, and there is this slight separation, which one thing that is important, I think, is that the primary and secondary education, elementary and high school in America, I think that really you shouldn't have Catholic schools. You shouldn't have all of this. It should be you're French, you're British, you're American, whatever you are. You go to the state school to try and break up these groups. Not that associating with your own ethnicity is wrong. It's just that you get these small pockets in these cities like Nantes where they are unemployed. They speak their own dialect, they speak their own language, and they just fall out of society. And it's that,
Yeah, it is. Like, although it affects only a small group of the majority of the total population, it's so concentrated that there's so little influence of outside standards that they mostly don't even notice that they're like at odds with society.
Yeah,
How
odds with the little microcosm that they're around.
Yeah, it is, and that's even hidden within the same, let's say, aesthetics of the well-integrated part of, like, if you in Antwerp as well, we have like a Chinese quarter and a Turkish one and a Moroccan one and then a Portuguese one. And the only differences are the aesthetics, let's say, like the flags outside of the house and the languages in here, but everything else is like well within the main frame of what we like. The traffic is still respected, and they all go to the schools together, like it's community schools, we call it, instead of state schools. So there's like this standard of integration, and they all speak the language, and it goes pretty well. But the concentrated outsiders, they're well hidden within that concentration of integrated people. Yeah. So, and they most of the time don't notice it as well, or they're too afraid to say something. Like if there's let's say, a radical imam, for example. We had one, he started his own party called Sharia for Belgium. He's in jail now. Like the guy in England, what's
Hamza. The hook hands.
No. You guys had like a radical preacher in England. Arnhem, something like that. Like a guy with a gray beard. He's in jail as well. Like your radical British imam.
Yeah, I don't know the guy's name.
Right.
That's interesting.
All right, I'm going to look him up. So we had that one because it was well hidden, but most of it is pretty well integrated. But we have to, as a society, let's say, grow the balls to point at integration problems and accept them as real so that we can do something about it. But now it's all like downplayed, which actually hurts the Muslim population as well.
Oh yeah.
If they can make a deal about it, then they cannot prove as a society that their consensus is against certain, let's say, immoral philosophies. So they can, as long as they can make a deal about, like, we don't accept, let's say, for example, to say something extreme, female mutilation, for example, like they cannot make a deal about it because the Belgian society ignores it as well. It's like, no, there's nothing going on. It's all good. And they cannot say like, no, we do mind the radical imams and we do mind, let's say, the lack of female empowerment within closed communities and family spheres. So, and I think that's what creates like those pockets in Nantes as well. As you said, Paris has those as well.
Oh yeah.
And Antwerp as well. But it's like, if you look at that, if you like imagine the circles, like the extreme circle is so well hidden, like visibly and as well as in the conversation as well. And Holland is doing better on that map because they're just saying they're very open in their dialogue. Dutch people.
Yeah, they really don't censor anything.
Oh no, not at all.
They've got. I really love watching F1 with Dutch commentary. There's no swearing, censorship, nothing.
Oh no.
They just,
Say we can swear on the radio, and that's if you guys want to look something up later. Maybe we had our own, let's say, Disney Channel in the 90s. Like they were like this little, let's say, sitcom for kids, like Hannah Montana or something. You know, we had our own Belgium like spin on it. And the first season contained an ecstasy overdose, several F-bombs, pregnancy, AIDS, everything. So we don't censor anything at all. I think I'm gonna see if I can look it up. Wait.
Have you guys heard of Peeperdoo? I don't know. Yeah, I've only heard the name in French. Peeperdoo. It's like it looks like a kid's cartoon, but it's like R-rated jokes.
Wait, what's this?
Peeperdoo.
How do you spell it?
P-E-D-E-W-D-O, I think. I can't remember. We were looking at it at work. It was very funny.
I can't find, but I found like a compilation of all the swear words of our child shows.
Nostalgia.
I only have Frank on Facebook, so I'm gonna send it to him. Maybe you can send it to the other ones.
Okay, I could do that.
Pretty insane. So, and I think it's that's something weird about America as well. You censor so much, and I always I have the idea that like the general population agrees that it doesn't have such an impact, like that it's all unnecessary. Because Americans censor way more than European countries, I think, on TV and on the radio.
Oh shit!
I know in Canada, when I grew up in Canada, like I mean, in England, as a kid, you'd swear like a sailor. Because as a kid, you could never get what you wanted, so you just swore all the time. But in Canada, like my first day of school, it was like, no, I was in trouble like all the time for saying, I was like, that's not a swear word. Oh, here it is a swear word, like arse. Arse isn't a swear word. We say that all the time in England. Like, no, here in Canada, that's a swear word. It's like, that was something I really didn't understand. And it got me in a lot of trouble at school when I was 9 years old. But no, that I mean, like the biggest difference for me in Canada is just how offended people were by swearing, or offended when I say something, make some sort of joke. And that was another thing, like sex education. It's like when I was like 10 years old, like my family are European. It wasn't. They never really wanted to talk about it with their 10-year-old, but they would answer like even you're 10, they'd answer honestly. But like the other kids I went to school with, they had no idea boys and girls were different. I'm like, guys,
Really?
come on, like you look different. Like, yeah. And the other thing, another thing that I found really, really different is I've drunk tea out, like, you know those baby bottles with like the sippy top? Like I drank like warm tea out of that as a baby. And in Canada, I would just drink a cup of tea. I'd have a cup of tea at school, a cup of coffee or whatnot. In high school, I'd turn up with a cup of tea and whatever. And people were like, oh no, that's an addiction. Like, yeah, it's caffeine, so what? And no, they would be like mortally offended that someone under 18 was drinking coffee.
Really?
Oh,
that's
yeah.
the weird. I always wondered like, if the societies like America and Canada is so much more like very quick to censor shit and sugarcoat everything, but I never noticed that the society as well is so crude, let's say.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't forget.
Let's say the difference comes from like the way they portray themselves and show it to people and the way they act among themselves. Because and it's not like when I went to America and I went to New York as well. It's not like they're talking like people on TV. like darn. No, you hear F bombs all the time, and
Well, that's New York. That's
New
different.
York.
Right.
The area I went to school in Niagara-on-the-Lake, Ontario. That whole Niagara Peninsula is majority Mennonite, and their little history is that they went to the New World. They were chased out of America for being too puritanical. They went to Mexico. They were chased out of Mexico for being too puritanical, and they mostly ended up in southern Ontario. So, yeah, I went to school in a very, very prudish area, but even the people who weren't Mennonites and weren't practicing Mennonites, they were still very offended and offended a lot of people quite a lot. So it was a very religious area I went to school, and it was like that 50 square kilometers, and then outside of it, you'd hear more swearing. Like in Quebec, they have They have more swear words in Quebec than they do in France. Yeah, like, it's brilliant.
French also swear a lot, and same with their TV. It's all uncensored, and
Yeah.
because I think it does have an impact on society. Because like most natural instincts are like portrayed as impolite or same with like, for example, maybe it's because Europe is so atheist, but the way church is respected in America is something that I really don't understand where that still comes from.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I let them be because it's the most harmless form of, let's say, religious enthusiasm most of the time. But it's like you don't criticize it. You have to. It's like there's this weird like wall around talking about it or like making fun of it.
It's definitely different because I mean Europe, or I think like Italy, they have the Vatican, but it is, we honor it differently.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe it was Zizek, Slavoj Zizek. Maybe he said this. So America, we censor sex, but violence is rampant. In France,
Yeah.
it's the opposite. You see
Yeah.
sex, but you don't see the violence.
Oh, like here in France, my first memory of arriving in France, I had a hotel booked. I had my flight and hotel booked. I got here and I got to the floor of my hotel, and all I could hear was the loudest sex I've ever heard in my life. and like they just are so unembarrassed about it. It's like you'll see teenagers like not having sex in the park, but like tonguing each other, and your neighbors. It's like you're rude if you complain about how loud they're having sex. It's like you don't complain about that. Your neighbors are going to make some noise sometimes, but you're allowed to as well.
Yeah, that's really recognizable. Holland as well. Holland is very, very open. Way more with sex than with violence. I remember they had like this show on TV during the 2000s. It was all about sex and drugs. It was called Spitting and Swallowing. So it was in every week they tried something new in the realm of sex on national television. And every week, like the host tried a new drug. So one time he took cocaine, the other time he took speed, the other time he took LSD on national television. That's Holland. So they really have like they're the most open of them all. But the French as well.
When what was it? Bangladesh decided last week in response to Macron's comments about how he supports people's right to offend. That Bangladesh decided to boycott France. My initial reaction is, oh no, who are we going to sell all this wine and pornography to?
Yeah.
Just like, well, like there's an interesting French law. So on the radio, you never hear the same song again and again and again. Or you hear the same song all the time and you'll never hear it again. It's only 20% of your material on French TV and radio is allowed to be more than 6 months old. And that got pushed through by the music industry because they wanted all this to create this new music, and then some classics, but it's always new music. But the other industry that benefits from that mainly is the pornography industry, and I think it was way back in the 60s when France's birth rate was dropping below 1 per person. the French national TV channels started playing porn at midnight.
They do.
Yeah,
I
and I
remember.
believe they still do. I don't have TV, I just have the internet.
But they did. I remember when I was a kid and I was at my grandma's in France. I stayed up to watch it in secret.
Yeah.
That's some flashbacks right now. But I remember it's like the most cheap and
But
cliche.
that pornography is not allowed to be more than 6 months old.
Damn.
So that props up the whole industry. And like one day I was painting something and I looked out my window, and in the street there's this whole TV crew, and they filmed this woman walking down my street like several times. And then I noticed at the end she takes her coat off down at the end. I'm like, oh, I wonder what they're filming.
It's
So,
job
yeah,
security.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's never going to change. The other thing that drives me nuts about that same law is that it says everything has to be dubbed into French and no subtitles.
Oh, yeah, that's awful.
It is terrible. And if you watch The Big Bang Theory on TV, Sheldon on one channel has one voice and on another channel has another voice.
Yeah, and honestly, the whole media of France has only one black guy. It's all like Wesley Snipes, Samuel Jackson, Eddie Murphy, Will Smith. Every time they get dubbed in a mainstream movie, it's the same guy. It's so. Is it still that bad right now? Because I haven't been there in like 7 years.
I think there's more companies that do, because in the credits it'll add company that did the dubbing. But I think there's more than one company, because sometimes like you watch a sitcom and there'll be completely different voices because it's on a channel. And,
okay, like that.
So I honestly, I don't bother having a TV at home. I have the internet. That's all you could ever want right there. And,
I remember watching Friends as a teenager in France, and it was horrible. Les Amis was called, and this specific. Everyone saw Friends, like the episode where Joey speaks French. Do you all remember it?
No, I haven't seen. I haven't really.
Yeah, there's like an episode where you have to do an audition inside as an actor in character, and he has to speak French, and they dub it in French, and he has to speak Spanish, and it's horrible. It's really it's cringe-inducing. It's really bad when they dub everything. It's even like the movies that where you expect, like, okay, it's only R-rated movies. Like if you're old enough to watch people die, like with gore and everything, you're old enough to like read subtitles, I guess.
The thing that annoys me is subtitles is a great way of learning the language. That's why most Swedes so for me it was a real hindrance to learning the language here, because I arrived with like a couple phrases and somehow got a job. Don't know how I did it, but
good.
I can weld. That's apparently what was needed. So they were like, all right, we'll just have to figure out how to talk to the guy. And I learned really, really quickly at work, but it was like music here is terrible. It is just terrible.
It is. It's all local. It's all they barely listen to American music.
Yeah, and it just sounds wrong because I'm English. Like to me, Swedish music sounds great. German music sounds great. Finnish music is awesome. American, Canadian, Nickelback. I like Nickelback. But no, like French music, it sounds terrible. It just sounds wrong. It just sounds like because there's too many syllables to squeeze into a 4-beat, and it's just not right. But no, I'm glad I'm here, because it is I lived in England, I lived in Canada, both British colonies. Well, England and a British colony, and here it's totally different.
It's
been quite
that's as you say in the
it
beginning.
changed me quite a bit.
It's fun to hear the little differences you notice as an English guy in France. Like, I wonder what the American image is of like the general French, like, because there's always this European cliche in American media, like, and even like most of the time they even say it out loud, like, bam, European cliche, like French women are hair, which they aren't. I think you assumed already.
No.
In some way they.
Well, not the girls my age, at least. I don't know about older generations. But the one thing that made me laugh, I could not stop laughing, was I was dating this girl. She was a psychological nurse, which was a bit weird because I always felt more like a patient than a boyfriend. But one night, the first real cold night of the year, she turned up wearing fucking pink beret. I was just in hysterics because, like, to me, a beret is soldiers, right? Green beret.
Yeah.
You know, the red beret is the paratroopers in England.
No, it's beatniks in France.
Yeah, and she was wearing this pink beret. I was just like, that was the funniest thing I'd seen. And yeah, no, it is a very different way of life. Very different things happen way slower here. It's
Oh yeah, that's
much
something
slower.
as well. That's I think Belgium is way more Americanized than France. I think like there's not a single big movie theater in France, for example. Have you been to the movies yet, or did you?
Yeah, I've been, and they dub it into French, and it's just terrible.
But like we have this big American movie theaters, for example, or like this big American shopping malls. So we're a bit more Americanized, which
We've got hypermarkets.
I like. So from my perspective, things go slow as well in France. They like stick to their old ways for a bit too long. They're like getting a bit stale.
Yeah, there are some advantages, you know, like local business does a little bit better out of it. Like the weird thing is like I was born in England. I went back to England quite a bit when I was a kid. Family. My dad still worked there. So I grew up in Canada, but I knew England very well. And when I went back in 2013 to go to college, and I went to stay, and I had no plans to go back to Canada. It was things were a bit weird at the time, and then it was 2018 that I left England. The place was completely Americanized, and all the worst parts of America. Like, there are some, like you two are from America. Don't get me wrong. Like there are some awesome things in America. Like the friendliness of people, like, you know, in South Carolina, Alabama, people are so friendly and they want to talk to you. But when I think about Americanization, I think about Walmart. They took over the high street. So the whole high street's gone bankrupt, and you've got, well, they call it Asda. So you've got Walmart at the end and a shut down high street, and then 24/7, like everything's open 24/7, like that never used to be.
Yeah, I remember as well when I was there. That was so weird. Everything's open at night in America.
Yeah, and like here in France, if you it's 8 to 8. If you're late, too bad.
Indeed. Some shops are open after 10, but then they charge their own prices. Like if you want to buy, if you buy cigarettes after 10 p.m. PM, I guess. In France, the tobacco shops can choose their own prices, and they crank it up to like 15 euros a pack.
Yeah, in my town, there's nothing open after 8 in my town.
No, it is. If you're too late, you're too late, and if they're open, then you pay like double the price. And in America, I remember my dad when we flew to Florida, and he had a jet lag. He went to Walmart at 3 at night just to have a look around because it was so huge. I remember it was insane the first time. I was like 10 years old when I first went to a Walmart, and we shop like locally. In France, it's the same. Like we have like a big supermarket in the center of the village or whatever, but then you have like this little small convenience stores where you just have a little talk with the guy. And I remember Walmart being. I remember. I think
some characters that time of night too.
What?
Say that
Give
again.
some characters at that time of night too.
Oh yeah. So like in America, when you go to certain places like at 3 a.m., that's when you meet the weird people because no one normally is there at 3 a.m. So it's always like an extreme or unusual situation.
I worked night shift. I worked night shift at a Tim Hortons coffee shop, right on the Canada-US border, and we had some good times on the night shift. Always the best stories. Come in 2 a.m. drunk, high. Oh my god, they're the best stories. One guy from Russia. And he's like, I do not understand this change. I'm like, okay, so I explained, $2, $1, quarter. I explained what they were worth. And I said, it's crazy because in Canada, the 5 cent, the nickel, is bigger than the 10 cent, the dime. He says, yes, this place is crazy. They make me get a driver's license. So,
Yeah.
yeah, there was a cultural difference. So.
Yeah, I remember because I remember in Orlando as well. There's like this insanely big guns hunting sports gun store.
Oh yeah.
I think Frank, you went there. You should have been there. I think you know which one I'm talking about. It's like huge with a big wooden entrance.
Yeah,
With all
yeah.
those. How do you say it? Like when you like stiff up an animal. How do you call it again?
Stop.
Jeremy?
Yeah, when you stuff animals, like you have these
Yeah,
big stuffed
she had
bears and stuff, and a big fish when you walk in. And I remember there was, that was like our big supermarket, but then all guns. And that was that was like one of the. And as a 10-year-old, it was amazing.
Now
I
that
remember-
is American.
Yeah, I remember there was like a section for like it's really like my first gun section, like for I don't know 12-year-olds maybe. I remember like small caliber rifles with like balloon letters. My first gun. I remember that seeing that and because I had just enough pocket money to buy my own gun. I remember when I was 10-year-old, so I was all processing
I
that. as a
don't think
kid
you could
was-
have got it back into Belgium.
Never, but my parents would say no. But it was like that moment, like my 10-year-old's brain was like, I can buy a gun in here, and I was so baffled by it, coming from Europe where no one has a gun.
Like I know in France I could own a gun here, but I live in an apartment, so it would be almost impossible to get a license. But I could own a musket because they do a lot of musket shooting, like smooth bore. That's quite a big sport over here, musket shooting.
Yeah, I remember if you have a shooting license, you can own a gun in Belgium. If you like into shooting sports, like you get a license when you're in a club, and then you can get a rifle or something.
Yeah.
And like the people in the farmers, they're all fat, but same in France.
One thing that is really interesting, like I lived in Canada, and there's as many guns per person in Canada as America.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and the murder rate is it's like a 20th of the murder rate.
Oh, I mean, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and the thing, my question to you guys in the States, right, is I've had the gun control discussion with people a lot because, like, in Canada, the laws really work. I mean, they seem a bit silly, but they really do seem to keep the homicide rate down. You know, why do Americans object to having a license to own a gun? Is it in your states completely unlicensed to own a gun as well?
Yeah, I think you need a license. I think in any state to own a gun.
Yeah. There are some states you can get an out-of-state license also. Massachusetts, you have to be a Massachusetts resident to get a Massachusetts license. If you're licensed in another state, you can't carry in Massachusetts. But some states, like California, like Nevada, some states out west, you can actually get a license if you don't live in that area.
This is Brooke, by the way. This is actually Brooke.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi,
Yeah.
bro.
We're not being catfished anymore.
I launched Frank. I accepted the invite from my Facebook account, but when it opened Zoom, she was the last one to use Zoom. So
Yeah.
it's actually
And
Yeah.
that was in.
Yeah, I'm not. Things are always like complicated reasons, but I think at least two big reasons that come to my mind is guns are just part of the American culture. Is one of the like heroic tools.
It's a frontiering country.
Yeah, and it's how we want our independence and everything. So I wouldn't say that that's necessarily a bad thing. Well, I heard a really great metaphor was, okay, I think it's like for samurais, you work your way up to a steel sword. You start off with a wooden one, and it's like you earn your way up. Now, earlier American culture, like little boys in the West, they had BB guns and toy guns, and they were worked their way up to a real gun. So guns was never a foreign thing. It was part of the culture. and it was more safe in, let's say, those cultures. In the cities and the problematic areas, let's say where there's theft and murder, you aren't taught to use a gun as a tool. It's always a weapon. It's, I need to live, I need to survive. It's never integrated into your life.
Yeah, yeah,
Really,
I
really well said.
I think the people that are responsible, that teach their kids responsibilities of guns, are the people less likely to actually shoot somebody with a gun. You're taught to respect. You're taught to respect it. You're taught to fear it. Not like be afraid of it, but know the consequences of it. And then most of the gun accidents are the kids that shoot their friends or shoot themselves, or the kids that are never taught how to
Yeah.
use a gun. How to
It's like
how
a
to-
liquor cabinet, in my opinion.
It's like, ooh, look at. My dad told me never to touch this. Check this out. Boom.
Right. You got to teach respect for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the liquor cabinet. Like for example, Belgium has a very low. Our drinking age is 16, for example. So people start drinking at 14. It's very easy to get alcohol in the store. If you start at puberty at 12, you get liquor at 14. You're good. So we have like a very lax culture about alcohol. I cannot imagine if an American would come to Belgium and started explaining how we could do it the American way and up the drinking age, that the Belgians would like yeah, sure, whatever. So as a European, I find it very hard to have any say about let's say the legal side about guns in America, because it's easy for me to say like, yeah, ban guns, which I don't think. I'm quite pro-gun for a European, but for me it's hard to like. That's why I compare it with the liquor cabinet. Like in Belgium, everyone drinks a lot. We're like a pretty, let's say, alcohol-rich culture and history, especially with our beers. And I always remember like where the alcohol was and not to touch it because it was bad for you until you were old enough to handle it yourself. And I think there's like in the gun debate in America, like the personal responsibility part never gets brought up. Like as Americans, do you hear that part of the argument a lot on TV? Like, let's talk about responsibility from the parents, for example, or from the community, how they should not idolize guns, for example.
I think you hear a lot of that from the conservative side. I think conservatives generally, promote more self-responsibility with that, whereas the left, wants to kind of decide. I'm going to sound a little biased here, but they feel like they kind of want to decide for the public as a whole, what everybody should kind of follow and what everybody should do. Which has its points in some cases. It's just,
No, nobody wants to take ownership in their own actions anymore. Parents want to put the burden of raising kids on the teachers. Like, my kid's not doing well in school, it's your fault. They don't want to take that kind of stuff.
right.
That's what I keep hearing as well. Like when I fucked up, I got blamed at school. Now like the teacher's getting blamed, and it's this whole participation trophy mentality, which I'm from '93, so I think I just like barely evaded it. This whole softening, let's say, of education, which seems like, as you say, like if you're a country that's gonna keep having guns, there has to be like a big conversation about responsibility in general, because you're allowing people to buy and own something that's very lethal when mishandled, but very convenient because I have a friend over here who has a bar. He's from Louisiana. He served the police there for more than 20 years. So he had like a Cajun restaurant here, which he closed down right now with the lockdown, but never mind. And he said like the big argument that he had as an American was like, especially in rural Louisiana, he said like, if you call law enforcement, by definition, they come after the facts. So the gun ownership is a tool to like evade the facts in the first place, like burglary or whatever. Because whatever enforcement you call, especially in a rural part, they come way after the facts, and then it's most of the time it's too late. That's like but you can't have that argument and evade responsibility at the same time when handling something as lethal as a gun.
Yeah.
Because if I compare it with the liquor cabinet, there's not a lot of kids that like drink themselves to death at the first time, like because I can imagine like the let's say cases of gun deaths when like kids are involved having their parents' gun. Are they frequent, or like is it like a decent thing to point at as an anti-gun let's say person?
I don't understand the question. I think you might have been breaking up a little bit.
Ah, sorry, man.
You No.
Wait, I'm trying to reformulate it. Like when you have like the one side, the argument about the law enforcement being too late by definition side, but then evading the conversation about responsibility. Wait, and now I forgot what I was saying.
So
Damn.
what you were saying was like, damn, oh, I just had a brain fart. I just lost it too.
You
Fuck.
were about kids.
Yeah, like how often is it is like a big part of the argument, like the let's say the tragedies where kids shoot their brains out by accident, for example. Like are they as frequent or as rare as, let's say, car accidents? Like is it like
Much less frequent than a car accident.
Right.
so it's not a big thing to tackle conversation-wise, let's say.
So just
I was going to say was most of the problem with the kids that do that is because their parents don't teach them correctly. They just say, "This, stay away from it. Don't touch it. Don't do anything." And that's what happens with alcohol here too. That's why so many young parents are like, "No, no, no, don't do this. Don't do this." Same with like people, you abstain from sex. No, 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 don't do this. Don't do this. And then when you're a teenager, you go off the rails and you get people pregnant, you get drunk, and you shoot somebody.
yeah, it's kind of like, I forgot who said it, but when you repress something so much,
Yeah.
it's gonna be like a opposite effect down the line.
Right. Well, that's what I've
Yeah.
always said. Like, right now, like the drinking age in Massachusetts is 21.
In America.
In America, sorry. It's 21. I think that if, there's been talk that they say that, if they want to lower it. And I think that's fine. I think 18-year-olds should be able to drink. But there is going to be sort of if they just change that tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of celebrating.
Yeah, in a rough transitional period.
A lot of 18-year-olds, they're going to go overboard. And there will be that, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
One thing. So I've had the gun discussion quite a lot with people over the years, and so I've actually come to know the numbers quite well. In 2018, I remember there was 33,000 deaths in America from gunshot wound. There was 100,000 total casualties. That includes that 33,000. And there was about the same number of people who were killed in a car accident. But with the gun accidents, of that 100,000 people who were treated for gunshot wound, 33,000 of which died, the vast majority of them were hunting accidents.
I heard that like 2/3 were suicides.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the accidents and suicides were.
I think you have America more has like an opiate problem than a gun problem regarding gun deaths.
Oh yeah.
The depression rate has a way bigger impact than any gun safety law can ever create.
Yeah, it was just I just thought it was a relevant point that to put some numbers to it. It was about 100,000 casualties in 2018, most of which were accidents and suicide. And sometimes it's a bit difficult to tell which it was, an accident or a suicide.
A lot of gray area,
yeah. One in Bill Bryson's book, he was citing that if you own a gun, you're 32 times more likely to be shot by that gun than any other.
Yeah.
So so for me, the way I see it is I've never owned a gun. I never will. I don't need a gun. And for me, it would just be a danger to me because, well, I have bad days. We all have sad days. So for me, it's not something I would own as a personal choice because for my own safety from myself. But the difference between the Canadian and American law I mainly see is they restrict the magazine to 5 rounds in Canada, and it's much more easy for the police to not allow a sale and take people's guns away if they are deemed not fit to have them. And I think the measures they take in Canada would it would affect everybody, of course. Paperwork wise, you'd have to do some paperwork, but I think the measures in Canada would take a big chunk out of the murder rate in America. And don't forget, if you had 100,000 stabbings, you're only going to have a couple hundred deaths maybe, but a 33% mortality rate from gunshot wound is very difficult for doctors to deal with.
Yeah, fair point. It's not gonna go. I think the whole myth of confiscation is never gonna happen, in my opinion.
Oh no!
Watching it as an outsider, America, people are trying every year to round them all up, but it's not gonna happen. I think.
I wouldn't want to be the guy responsible for taking people's guns away.
I think like the first state that announces it is gonna have the craziest crime spree ever. Like it's gonna be Purge night, because what are they gonna take first?
Purge.
Yeah, they're gonna take the registered guns first, because those are easy to find. So every registered firearm is going to be taken. Every guy who's not owning a registered is having an illegal firearm and maybe illegal intentions. Knows about it. Yeah. That area is dry, so there's going to be a crime spree in the first state that bans their guns.
You can't uninvent guns. I mean, guns have already been invented. So if people can make their own are people making them with 3D printers now and stuff too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
you're never
American.
going to get rid of guns.
Well, then again, in prisoner of war camps in Germany, the Sten gun, British Sten gun with that side-loading magazine, that was designed and first built in prisoner of war camps by British prisoners of war out of plumbing parts.
Yeah,
so
it was.
Homemade guns have always been a thing.
They were meant to use the German cartridges.
Yeah, the STN cartridge, but it was
like the very thin long one.
Yes.
Yeah. But as you say, guns will not be uninvented. You can't get it out of society, and I think the whole world acts like especially Europe acts like there's not a single gun in circulation here. It's like there is gun enthusiasm here as well, but it's a niche. So those people they don't create let's say a vocal majority of people. But there's this hypocrisy in Belgium. Like, are you going to just confiscate them here as well? Because no one says a thing about the people at the guns, like the shooting alleys in Belgium. But they do exist as well around Europe. So, as you said, they can be uninvented, and I think America has to deal with it, like accept it. Like, there's going to be stop the whole hysteria about it, because then you have those like puppy-eyed actors who come in, like this David Hogg type of guy. Crisis actors, they call it, right?
Well, that's a different thing, I think. But yeah, Brooke, you were gonna say something too?
Oh God, no.
Oh.
Oh no. I forgot. My brain's like. Yeah. That's how my mind works.
Yeah, I think we have to accept that. I think the only way now is to integrate it properly. You can't get rid of it. And part two is, it's part of a bigger problem. There's something more fundamental, and another aspect is just the ability to have an open discussion. Because I've heard stuff, for example, like Australia was able to be successful, but then I've heard points that, well, in terms of overall violence and stuff, it was already decreasing. It was already at the same pace. So their ban on guns didn't really have a large effect.
Well, they have a lot of guns in Australia. It's just that bolt action.
Yeah, I think they banned the assault rifles. Is what they banned. They got rid of all assault rifles.
So yeah, it's like, well, how effective was the ban if the pattern that they were trying to trace, what they were reviewing, didn't really change before or after. So it's just, I think it's having an open, honest discussion. That's one of the hardest things to do first.
Yeah, that's what you said in the beginning. Like, how can you make two polars coexist? Like, have the honest discussion about it. Because there's such a big list in the world, and especially America, because America's problems have been so televised as well. So it's like the whole world feels involved with the outcome of the election, for example. So, but so as long as America doesn't like go off the list of crucial things to talk about, which are perceived as unique to America but are also prevalent in Europe. And at some point, I think like Europe is waiting for America's permission to talk about certain things. Like I know, like if America federally legalizes weed, it's going to be the same in England first, and then the rest of Europe.
Oh, in
Because
England,
it's somewhere like, and I don't know, maybe there's an economic explanation for it, but there's this waiting for permission going on, and America really needs to like tick off some boxes regarding difficult conversations, so we in a certain way can have it as well.
Yeah, I think like so people like let's say Ben Shapiro because I think I give him credit where credit is due. He can be really smart. So it's just having people that we know are let's say genuine that take a side and have those people debate. So people that really respect the intellectual dark web. I have like the Weinstein brothers or whatever in Shapiro when they disagree, but you actually get discussion that contributes and advances and makes progress.
Yeah, because that's like, let's say the intellectual safe space where people of opposite sides can like they can like agree to their bias and respect each other's bias, and then there's no, let's say, hostility when disagreements arise because they agreed to being different in the first place. So especially like Ben Shapiro, I give him credit sometimes as well, but he has his, let's say, shortcomings regarding society versus being Jewish and very conservative on his side. I mean, he's he's not a standard American Jewish person, right?
No, I mean he's I think like a traditional Jewish person. He follows the Torah and like I think he's like classically Jewish American. He follows the Torah and he's actually religious. He's not like, oh yeah, I'm a Christian, oh yeah, I'm a Jewish by your parents. He actually follows
Orthodox. Well, I wouldn't call him Orthodox, but he's devout for sure. The thing. My criticism of Ben Shapiro is it's almost like he's got a lack of experience. It's like, yes, he's a very, very good Jew, and he's a good guy, but it's like he's never gone and seen why people want abortion legalized. He's never
like he's book smart, not street smart.
Yeah, I mean, he's incredibly verbally smart. He rips people apart, and he knows his position. He understands that position, but it's like, you know, the thing is he quite openly talks about how the first woman he was with was his wife. And
that's not the norm. I mean, that's not what everyone goes through. That's not street smart or sheet smart, let's say. Because that's not like standard. That's not how everyone experiences it. Like, and so that's a good example because his first sexual experience was as a full-grown adult after marriage, which is cool for me. I mean, I don't care, it's his, but he shouldn't promote it as a standard because not everyone is going to go through that path of life, like waiting. And everyone has their first little awkward experiences and whatever, and that should be like the way to look at it. And there's no. Sometimes I feel like he's expecting everyone to go along easily with the way he sees it. Like, just be a good conservative and everything will work out. But he has certain, I dare to say privileges, but can't find any other word. And that's maybe my criticism on him, let's say.
Yeah.
The way he...
For me, with Ben Shapiro, what I find is that he almost doesn't want to make the effort to try and see someone else's point of view. He knows what he knows, and he knows it well.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's not smart, but he believes his experiences are more valid than some others. He doesn't try to see the validity in why somebody thinks or acts the way they do, if it isn't similar to the way he thinks or acts.
Yeah, and I think it's like just to have fun, let me play his game, even if he is like morally right. It's not functional. It's like society isn't, even if let's play the game that it is morally right, functionally society doesn't work that way, so it won't blend. It can't work.
It sort of exposes something in my philosophy of I don't agree with abortion. I would rather see adoption. I would rather see people go to much greater lengths to avoid abortion. But as much, and if I was involved, the decision I know which way I would choose, even given consequences that I don't want. But the reason why I'm pro-life, but I think it needs to be legal. Abortion needs to be legalized, is so that
In
when
case of.
it happens in a hospital with registered doctors instead of on a black market. And if a 14-year-old girl is going for an abortion, well, the social services and the police are involved trying to figure out who the father is and was this part of a paedophile ring. So the harm, I see far more harm in making abortion illegal. It doesn't stop it.
Yeah, it's like Belgium's way of looking at drug addiction. Like we rather give people therapy than give them a sentence. So, and I think Scandinavia is the most progressive on that part, like their needle exchange program and stuff. Like it's that's the way, that's the biggest flaw with legislation. Like you can't just expect people to, like the ways like about crime is like, yeah, just don't commit crime. And it's like, no, that's not how, like
Yeah,
it
if
doesn't
you're
work
hungry,
that
you're
way.
gonna steal.
And
If you're hungry,
how he can like drag on for, like, he's a very eloquent person and I think he's a very fast thinker, but he lacks he cannot see the complexity of things where he doesn't want to see it, I think.
I think another thing that being a devout Jew or a devout Christian or whatever, Jordan Peterson does talk about the value of being a member of a church. Now, he is a member of a synagogue. He is a member of a Jewish family, and they are being a upstanding member of the Jewish community that he is means he's an upstanding member of his family and his synagogue. That means that there are at least 50 people around him that if ever there's a problem, there's 50 people to help him solve that problem. Like, he lost his job, well, there's 50 people who might know of where a job's going, and every Saturday they talk about their problems. And whereas if you are not from a devout family, if you are not a devout Christian or even Muslim, right? You don't have that network that he sort of, in a way, I've never heard him talk about that network that he has clearly had support from.
Antwerp has a pretty big, very conservative Jewish community as well, because we have a very big diamond district. I don't know if anyone ever been to Belgium or Antwerp.
I have.
Yeah, we have like it's like the, how do you say, with the long curls and the high hats. It's like the very conservative Jews, but they're crazy rich, and the main reason why is because they only spend money on other Jews. So they accept all the money they import it, but then they only spend within their own circle, so they help each other out a lot. And as you said, it's a very close, wired community with very outside communication or even expectations of outside help. They have their own hospitals here in Antwerp. Like they've built their own private hospital as a community.
Okay.
It's a very well state-of-the-art hospital. So, for example, they have the money for that. So they just like, they're like, when they always eat with the team, they have each other's back all the time. And I mean, it works for them and they all consent to it. Let's go back to the previous conversation.
There's major benefit to being a member of a church.
Yeah, it is. If you're
Even
devoted to it, there's major benefits. If you're devoted to the restrictions and the lifestyle that comes with it, then it has benefits. And Ben Shapiro seems to be at ease with it, but then he's expecting everyone else to be on the same comfort level of being a devout religious person and reaping the benefits, but also making the sacrifices which are not, let's say, plausible to expect from a whole population.
It's not plausible to expect the same sort of benefits if you adopt a religion. If I found God tomorrow and went to the local church, I'm not going to have the family there. I'm not going to have the lifetime of having been there and contributed already. So you're a much lower ranking member of that community than if you
Yeah.
grew up in that community. And there are major benefits to being a member of a church.
But that's his, going back to Ben Shapiro, that's his major flaw. Like he ignores his own benefits, but has the same expectations towards the outside world. Like the same conservatism, that's what he does. That would solve all problems, but he fails to ignore the benefits he had to get to that point and the comfort he has because he's comfortable with his lifestyle. And he expected from other people as well to be, let's say, Jewish without the religions, without the storytelling, like only the practicalities. Like if he's like, if you do that, then it's all fine. But he expects a lot of untold sacrifice while stating his solutions. And he always ignores the complexity of what's actually going on, because then he has to like deviate from his let's say pre-formulated solution.
And some people are unlucky. They do the right thing, but don't get the right result.
Yeah, sure.
They
Yeah,
get unlucky.
Those are the people that stack at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. It's,
that's where a community should go maybe a bit more. That's where America shouldn't be afraid of being left, I think. Like the European standard of having like a social, let's say, safety net underneath you if bad luck happens. Like the way veterans get treated in America is unbelievable. Or like you can like really get like if you're not well insured, you can go homeless from an accident, right? Like from a bad, expensive accident, you can lose your house because of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like that, or you can't pay rent, and then that makes you homeless.
Yeah, so you can like if you're unlucky, you're hit by a car and it costs you like $100,000 because your insurance isn't the standard. In Belgium, it's sort of like, let's say, mandatory to have insurance. So like that's something like America shouldn't be afraid of talking about, like the safety net for like the unlucky ones, as you say, like if you do good and you still get bad luck. America doesn't have a safety net for those people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
And that's the tiny bit of leftism that shouldn't be hard to talk about, I think, in America.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have health insurance, but I went to the emergency room and I had a $4,000 bill after all was said and done. And I also pay for insurance, so.
That's unbanned. I don't know what the British or English or French standard is, or the Canadian standard. Asking George because.
Sorry. I know in Britain, when I got the scar here, cost my parents nothing. I was 8 years old, got hit by a bicycle, broke my skull, gave me a nice scar here, looks mean. I loved it because I got 3 weeks off school and I looked badass. That was free, didn't cost my parents anything. I know in Canada, when my brother crashed a race car, we got a $50 bill for an ambulance ride because the ambulance had to drive him to the hospital. They gave us basically a taxi bill.
Same here.
And I had a $600 bill.
Well, ours was 50. And then I know in Canada, the real shortfall, because it's by province in Canada, so I know the Ontario Health Insurance Plan, OHIP, I needed physiotherapy. That cost me a maximum of $50 a session. And then medication, like my dad had high blood pressure, it was $400. So that was where the real shortfall was from medication. It was still very expensive. I know in England, healthcare is free. Your medication costs £8. That's like $12 per prescription. No matter how many drugs per prescription you get,
it's
$12. But now that my dad's over 65, it's free. So again, turning 65 saved him a bit of money.
Sorry, I was just wondering to the Americans, like, what's the actual certified counter argument against? Because George, for us, like I say it like standard, like we don't even think about it. But what's like the actual counter argument going on against such a system in America? Like, what are the politicians actually saying when they're arguing against such a thing? That's something there's not really an argument in my opinion, and curious if there is.
Well,
That's all you, honey.
yeah, I don't know. I think that a lot of times that, I mean, at least conservatives over here are a little bit of afraid of government control over it. They're kind of concerned that, I mean, most of the other government-run things in this country are not done very well. So I think that, you know, I guess that's one of the concerns. They're afraid that, like, okay, yeah, we'll be guaranteed this, but you know, how efficiently is it really going to be run? You know, I mean, there's a lot of, I know there's a lot of debate back and forth. To be honest with you, I'm not sure what's right and what's not, because I've heard both arguments. But some people say that in a lot of the socialized places, you wait forever for something. So if you need an appointment for something, you end up waiting months. But then I've heard people say that's absolutely not true. It's a myth, and they don't.
I was in
So-
the ER for 4 hours before, with my kid, before she was even seen, and I had to go because I can't sit with a 2-year-old for 4 hours.
So yeah,
So I
and
think-
then
I think those are the
Private
concerns.
house.
Those are the right-wing concerns more.
okay.
France is a bit of a middle ground on this. It is run by the government, but their big protesters are is there's not enough hospitals and there's not enough doctors here.
Right.
You do get a bill if you, yeah, it's interesting. Everything kind of gets billed, but they do a lot to keep the bill away from the citizens. So for like vaccines, that bill goes to the local council. For what everybody who works in France, you have to have a medical, and it depends on what you do, what medical you need. Coal miners, their medical lasts 3 months. They have to get full medical every 3 months. For me, welder, I get one that lasts 1 year, but for everybody else, it's like 5 years. But because of my work, when I did my first one, the nurse went through my work history and everything, and she said that I needed extra screening for lung cancer, for mesothelioma. So every year I get X-rays. That's free, but my employer pays that, and becoming my own employer, I'm going to have to pay that myself. So basically, they try to keep the bill away from the person, even though there's still a bill. It's
Right.
So it's a bit of a mix.
Yeah, that's the same in here. Like we get the bill and everything, but then we can get the refund afterwards.
Nice.
So, and because that's the thing. Like I get it. It's like a salient argument to say like, yeah, private everything runs smoothly, and if it's done by the government, it's going to go bad. But like all the institutions stay private. It's the billing that goes to the government. So everything works the same. So I got my same dentist, and it's the same appointment and the same workflow as when I pay privately, because it is private at a certain point, and then I go back with the bill to a government. Like we have like those mailboxes here, and like you get your bill, you put you get like a sticker. Like when I pay my insurance, it's like 54 euros for every quarter of a year, and then I get like a sheet full of stickers. And every time I put a sticker on a bill and I bring the bill, then they pay me back like 80%. Like I got a dentist bill, it's 81 euros, and they're gonna pay back I think 79. Because it's under a certain threshold, like everything under 150 euros is paid back fully, but I have to fix it myself. So I haven't done it yet. It's still in my fridge somewhere. And so I have like money laying around, but I have to fix it myself. And if you don't have enough stickers because you don't pay your stickers, then you don't have health insurance. So I missed health insurance for like 6 months, for example, and nothing happened, and I didn't have stickers. And then you buy your stickers and everything's fixed. So that's the whole, let's say if you just keep the billing part to the government as speaking towards an American audience that wouldn't like it, for example. Like if you just guarantee that only the billing part is run by the government, wouldn't that like, let's say, make people a lot less afraid of the whole idea in the first place?
I think
Yeah,
that's some merit right there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm hearing this is awesome having this conversation, because I mean, it's
Yeah.
I think that we all could really benefit from having bigger conversations and kind of understanding different perspectives. And well,
Yeah, there's so much
but this
practical
is,
issue to solve.
Yeah, and like something else,
I
like
agree.
if we were to actually do it genuinely, and Shapiro's mentioned it, like we have like the worst of the two systems. We don't have private or government. We have a mix, and either one, even though it prefers private, even if we did have universal health care, that would be better. What I would like to do is like run experiments at the state level for the United States, and then it's like Like very generalizing. Okay, we pick two states. We're gonna run an experiment, and if you fail, we'll support you because we're experimenting with you.
Right, right, right.
Mhm.
And we did something small like that. One of our states. I know Eric remember like Romney Care. It was
Hmm.
where our Obamacare came from. It was originally like
Right,
a Republican thing, and it was
exactly.
pretty successful. So
But what?
it's
Can,
so to
can,
me the biggest thing is corruption.
mm.
Hmm.
That's our biggest problem with it's every system. It's whether it's schooling, whether it's Medicare, whether it's laws with food. It's always corruption. We can never have like a what we don't have is a genuine process, and we found a flaw. It's always a corrupted process, and there's
Right,
flaws
right.
in it.
Yeah, it is. You have like the actual standards are a bit sloppy in America, especially when you said food, like high school food. It's,
Oh,
I mean,
that and
that's
prisons.
that's
Yeah.
that's like lower food standards corruption indeed. Like some
Oh
big
yeah.
company doesn't want to increase his own standard of food and paying more to produce it, so they keep the standards low. Like in Belgium, there's like a smaller, very condensed example of something going on like that, and it's super obvious, and no one talks about it. Like like you have like the House of Representatives in America, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Like we're all the members of part. We have the same thing, and we have like the Speaker of the House. I think it's Nancy Pelosi for you guys.
Hmm.
And we have like a
Hmm.
dude, he's Siegfried something. He has like a little mandate at our let's say, or like you guys have AT&T for like internet and telephone, right?
Yeah, that's one of the
Yeah.
companies. One of the
One of
big
Yeah,
them.
we have
ones.
like our own. Yeah, it's practically monopolized in Belgium because there's like one big company and it's a small country. He has like he's like member of a board over there for 24,000 euros a month. He doesn't do shit, and we're the only European country that has a data limit on their internet, and it's because he never brings it up, and it always gets stalled and stuff. So that type of corruption, and we're I have like a
Yeah.
limit of like 150 gigabytes a month, and if I go
Mm.
over the limit, I get like charged more.
Yeah, it's like
We're the
bullshit.
only country inside the European Union that doesn't have it, and I think it's going to be mandatory for Europe.
Oh.
So, because
One,
it always gets
what
thrown under the table.
here in France, everything's unlimited internet, and how we all save money is I'm not a university student, but everybody else in this apartment block is. So I have internet, and they've all asked me one at a time, "Can I have your Wi-Fi code?" And it's like, "Yeah, sure." So there's one Wi-Fi code for the whole
Yeah.
thing, and it's like the girls here who are university students. 30 bucks is a lot of money to them. So I'm just like, just take it. I don't play video games or anything, so it doesn't affect me.
Yeah, but that's the standard in whole of Europe. Same in Holland, and I have some friends who studied in Holland. They say the same thing. Like it's like because in Holland you can even create your own hotspot, so people just can use your router from like as an actual as their own router. So
Yeah.
that's like just a quick example. I mean, if that lowers the standards regarding, and is healthcare that corrupt in America?
No, I don't
Like,
honestly. I
I
don't
mean, on
know
the
enough
practical
about it.
level, like, is your dentist overcharging you? I mean, if you talk pharmaceutical, again, I think there's like big corruption going on, but like, is your dentist overcharging you, like or something like that? Like, or is it all like on the actual practical level, like expert to patient, let's say?
I think it's Eric. You could correct me. I mean, give your subjective experience. I think it's less corrupted because it's on a smaller scale.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
So
for me, it's hard. I don't know a lot about it. I think that everything kind of affects everything else. So, I mean, I think that on the level, like you were saying, of doctors and dentists and things like that, I don't think we see any corruption. I think a lot of them are, just people trying to make a living like anyone else. Um,
yes,
but as
it's
far as
almost
the
cynical.
actual, like the industry goes, I'm sure there's corruption somewhere in there.
But that's something weird as well. The way your medical experience is based around prescriptions. Like the whole, like I've, it seems like an American doctor is very eager to subscribe things. Like
Yeah.
it's the first thing they go to. So there's a big like industry pushing pills, and that's something that doesn't happen a lot in Belgium or in Europe in general. Like the whole opiates and Xanax and whatever there's no culture surrounding like feel good medication in
Right.
Europe.
Well, if you want some,
No, I took a Xanax once and I kept falling off stairs because but the whole like oh yeah, a long flight on the plane, take Xanax mentality doesn't exist in Europe, and that's maybe one of the big, let's say, what's the expression, like wrenches in the engine, or let's say like one of the big bad influences that could actually create a working healthcare system across. But on the other hand, yeah, it's like saying that the whole European Union would standardize healthcare. It should be run by a state level still, because you're still
Right.
like just regarding landmass and cultural differences and stuff. America is still like a collection of states that are all acting independently.
yeah.
So
Right. So I like Frank's idea. We have to kind of try out, let's try it out in different areas. Get some information first.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, so this election, I'm very careful with my words, generally speaking. I don't think I would ever want to vote for something that's a drastic change that's correct, because it would be too much of a change in the positive for us. We wouldn't be able
yeah,
to adapt to it. So it's kind of like how, and to me, when I look at, here's a very specific story. I'm gonna go on a diet. I can do it. I'm gonna do right for myself. Tomorrow, you eat a cookie. It's like, what to do is right. You know how to do it, but it takes practice. It's like a muscle. The discipline and the self control. And
Yep.
it takes cultural changes, I think, should happen incrementally and smaller. So even though
Totally agree.
you know what the right answer is, I don't think, even from a legal perspective, I'm hesitant to make it mandatory, because we might not be able to live up to that
Right.
expectation.
yeah, you got to roll into the changes actually. Yeah, so,
But
yeah, that's
but we should agree and find out what is the ideal, though, and come to
yeah,
an
sure.
agreement on that.
Maybe instead of talking about the procedural way in America, like the procedural ideal. Um, Something I don't hear in America is a performance goal. We want healthcare to cost a maximum of this much per year to the actual citizen, or yeah, we want healthcare that is accessible within a certain number of hours, or so like more like I know your building code is performance code. The building law in Canada and America is the building must not fall down. That's what the law says. And then an engineer comes along and figures out what that for that building means, rather than in some other countries where it's prescriptive. It's like, oh, you must use this kind of. It's like, whereas in America it's vaguer, but it's performance code. Maybe America needs a sort of performance code for its hospitals, and it's the patient can't be charged more than this much per year. The patient can't be on. You can't make money out of the patient in this way or that way, and any debt that a hospital gets in is paid for by the state, or paid for by another way. Maybe it has to be more of a performance code.
Yeah, I think there's a
Yeah,
lot of merit to that. Like, it's just a different perspective on how to achieve better well-being. Why
yeah,
not?
The most amazing thing most amazing aeroplane that came out of World War II is the DC-3. There were some amazing aeroplanes, but the DC-3 was your twin engine transport that dropped paratroopers and carried a lot of cargo. And there was numerous aircraft that tried to get that contract. And Howard Hughes for the US Air Force set up they said, "Oh, we want you to design an aircraft," and he didn't have the resources at the time because he couldn't get the metal. What he did was he just set out a one-page formula for the U.S. Air Force and said, "Tender this contract. Somebody will make this aeroplane." And it wasn't a drawing or anything. It just said the aircraft must have more than one engine. It must be able to climb on one engine. It must be able to carry 50 soldiers in full gear. It must have a range of I can't remember what the range is, and it must do a speed of something else. And that was it. It was just a performance code. And Curtis put forward the C-46, which you see in Ice Pilots, that program on Discovery Channel, and they put forward the C-47, which was they already had the DC-3 flying, and all they needed to do was slightly upgrade the engines and landing gear, and they became the most successful aircraft because after the war, all the fighters just ended up getting dismantled for parts and sold off as scrap. But the DC-3 could go on to being a cargo aircraft after the war and passenger aircraft too.
So
Right.
how about this? Like, what about this proposal? So the way I see how to make the world better, to me, there's like two ways. Just generally speaking, one is like, let's say a logical, not say logical, but like a structural basis. You kind of build a logical thought process, like this is right, so this is right. But we don't know everything, and it seems like the way, at least especially humans work, is just we learn through experimentation and functionally what works. So, for example, if you just to make this more practical, more specific, in your area, how would you implement that then? So, like in your town in France, let's just say, okay, let's get your hospital to do that. Like, how do we make this change? How do we improve? So you would have to run that experiment in your hospital. How do you start that process?
Here,
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to jump in real quick. I'm sorry. Listen, I got to get going. I really appreciate this. I'd love to do this again. This was awesome.
Yeah.
It was really nice meeting all you guys.
You too.
So hopefully we'll definitely do this again.
Yeah, I'll keep posting it every time.
All right, cool.
All right.
I was glad to save it.
All right, have a great night, guys.
Have a good night.
All right, you too, man.
Nice talking to you, mate. So as far as hospital here, the local healthcare problem is we don't have enough practitioners here, so in France, the problem is we need more hospitals so that people don't have to drive 50 kilometers to go and get healthcare. So the limiting factor is the number of nurses and doctors. So the best solution would be to make tuition for med students free and try and get people into the med programs. The only problem is only so many people want to go and do these programs, and only so many people.
Do you know why? Is there like a stereotype in France where it's like,
women are nurses, men are doctors. That's really, women go to be nurses. I've got one friend, she's studying to be a doctor, but it's not well paid enough. They need to pay people.
Nurses are underpaid as well here in Belgium. And if I addressing like your broad question about how solving it, I think as George addressed, like I think if you at least run the experiment, you can like set the quotas and see where the shortcomings are. And like one thing I concluded as a major issue, I think, with the shortcoming of staff is that it's a hard profession or sector to import labor from.
It's not easy labor.
It is. So you cannot import it easily, especially when there's a language barrier, because it's a very specific. Like there's a lot at stakes. So like when I see like construction sites in Belgium and they just like 3 vans of Polish people, like that's easy to fix, for example. Or like I think there's some Lithuanian guys working for the government right now rebuilding the lights in the street, for example. Like those things are like easy to get by, but importing doctors and nurses is not evident. And I mean, no one cares if the construction guy speaks Polish, but if your doctor doesn't understand you,
Yeah.
then you don't have a doctor at the moment. Then, so just to like, I think like running like, let's say if you run an experiment on that and you just can like quantify the issues where there's like, okay, this is like a hard source to get labor from. It's also an expensive field, and there's a big administrative like, let's say, it's like how do you say it? Like obvious that there's like a big administrative side to it, that there's like a lot of paperwork. Like if you can acknowledge those problems first, then you can start like, then only you can start even talking about money, because that's the thing with Americans. They talk about all those plans, but I don't think they fully realize how expensive it gets when you actually have to address the shortcomings.
It's not realistic. Yeah.
And again, they're trying to make these politicians are making promises at national level, whereas it's implemented in each individual hospital. And yeah, then what's happened in England with the NHS is every new government comes along and promises things for the National Healthcare Service, and they promise this national rollout of this national program. And what that means is they need to hire people to administrate that program in hospitals, which means that they need another office in a hospital for another program in a hospital, that to spend money on patients, that it's just so complicated, and you've ended up with layer after layer after layer of new administration in hospitals, which each office, each new person in each hospital administrates their policy from government, and they get their budget to spend on their patients. But it's so expensive because every time they make a change, you just get more people in the offices, and they're not nurses, they're not doctors, they're just administrators.
Yeah, and then as you said, like if you just have a list of demands, like instead of like building organs to like look over everything, just have the list of demands, and then if you don't get those demands, you lose your certification or whatever, or you're not allowed to practice. Like if you're a dentist with an endless waiting room, you should solve the problem before you can practice, because the quota says like there's a maximum waiting time for each patient, for example. Like if you make those like, let's say, easy to understand demands, and that's like your basis for legality to practice, then you can like have a nationwide, let's say, minimum, and then let the state solve it themselves.
Yeah.
So
There's a standard, and then each hospital has to, they can get help, they can get money, but the managers at that hospital are the best people to figure out how to get that hospital to meet that standard. They're the ones who deal with the people and the patients. And like right now, the city down the road from me, Wren, they've said that if they get any more COVID patients, they've got ventilators but no beds. So people are going to be on ventilators on the floor or in chairs. So they're out. They've got no more beds, but they've got ventilators, and the people dealing with it are the nurses and doctors. They've got their hands full right now.
Yeah, same here. Like we're in full lockdown right now, but we're reaching our limits in capacity. In Belgium, we have a pretty high standard because we're only 10 million people, and we have like a very rate of hospital beds and intensive care beds per citizen, or like per 100,000. I think that there's a EU standard. I think that's one of the like for example, the EU has standards about like medical minimums. Like there's a standard.
Ironically, for all of England's complaining about EU standards, the EU standard was generally taken off of the British standard.
Really?
Yeah, like in nearly everything except for like the food industry and the fishing industry and a couple other little things. But like medical healthcare, like the NHS in the 60s was by far the best in Europe. So the standard was set NHS. Now everybody's got to raise their standards. And the whole thing about Brexit was, well, if we can get rid of these silly EU standards, we can prosper. And it's like, yeah, but the EU standard was adopted from the British standard. So,
yeah, like they can still raise their own standard and be EU
You can surpass the standard. There's nothing stopping
no
you.
one's, yeah, no one's. I think the Brexit thing was the whole. It was pretty migration fuel. I think.
Oh yeah. It was,
Yeah, that's like that was like the Voldemort of the whole conversation. Like no one was saying it out loud. It was just like to be independent of the like the mandatory minimums of the EU regarding like the quotas.
The one argument that never made sense to me was they were always saying that if we got rid of, I say we because I was in England at the time. They were always saying if we get rid of if we leave the EU, we don't have to take any more Polish people. And to put it in context, about 2% of England speaks Polish. So it's a fairly, especially in London, there's quite a lot of it.
Yeah, it's let's say a comparable minority. Like
you meet a lot of them. I mean, I dated a Polish girl. It's fantastic. She tried to kill me with vodka. And it's a small minority, but they're there. And the argument is we could get rid of these unqualified Polish people and have an Australian point system so that we only get qualified people coming from all over the world. But when you talk to them, it's like they didn't want people coming from anywhere. And the real labor shortage in England was at the bottom end, which is what the Polish people were filling.
Yeah, same here. Like there's a labor shortage as well at the bottom end construction sites and stuff. It's all Eastern Europeans, and they gladly take it. There's a bit of an issue at the port because there's like a law prevailing because the port is a big employer of Antwerp, and it's very like there's high standards, and they want to keep it Belgian. I understand that I mean that's like the unions talking.
Is it unionized?
Yeah, and it's big. They practically have their own political party. Like the socialists in Belgium are all centered about like the unions mostly, and that's like 80% of the ports. It's like 80% of the unions is the ports, and there's like teachers unions and stuff and whatever. But the ports are like the ones with that are like the biggest in the spotlight all the time. Like they're the one making the claims and having the demands. And I get it because it's $1 billion industry in a very small country, so. It's very significant. It's like without the port, we would be like a third world country. I think there's like we have a rich history and we had a high standard, but we were like poor for a long time.
Yeah, landlocked countries take a long time to grow economies and whatnot. But yeah, no, it's I forgot what I was gonna say.
I have a question. So like we're all in this group. I'm just curious. What?
No, sorry.
So it's like we're all in this group, like this Jordan Peterson group, and it's like I'm just curious what attracts you to this group. Like, was it the abstract ideas, like, or his book, or was it how these abstract ideas affect the everyday things? Like what we're talking about now. Like we're talking about specific political, healthcare, whatever, all these topics. We're getting too specifics. We're not really talking as much, let's say, abstract things. Or is it, I don't know, the meaning? So I'm just curious, like, what attracts you? Like, what topics attracted you?
You want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go first.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious because I'm getting it.
Yeah, so just like kind of an example. For me, I did like the abstract a lot, because it's just, I like it's always like the meta, and it's like that's where the solution is, and that's what will always give you the solution for your time. So once you get the meta, you know the solution for the today, and you know how to figure out the solution for the tomorrow, and so on and so forth, and blah blah blah. And I like that he's trying to kind of like. At first, I thought it looked like he's trying to like build up this logic, kind of like Sam Harris a little bit. He's trying to do like without religion, trying to build up like morality, like how do we?
Yeah, morality, like core values.
Exactly. So I like how everything connects. Like the first time I heard all of this, like the hierarchy. The first time I heard all these topics, like the hierarchy and how that's all connected with evolutionary biology and natural selection. It's like everything's fucking connected, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I went down the rabbit hole as well, and it goes, yeah.
And that's
But
cool. And even now, I'm still like I'm reading his book, and it's refining those topics, so you really have a deep understanding of it.
well, for me, I don't remember my first encounter with anything Jordan Peterson, but I think it was like right after the first election when it was like this big, first of all, this big meme space of
Yeah,
SJW cringe, and he was like the one making the most sense at the time, and I don't want to say like he saved my life, but I found like a framework where I agreed with when I read about the way he sees the world and the way he sees, let's say, a practical solution of how you should, like the basic, like his principles, or I can align with his principles in the way he promotes them. I know it takes some discipline, and that's the thing. He has like a pretty high minimum standard of self-discipline for it to make sense what he says.
I like how it's like an oxymoron, a high minimum standard.
Nice, damn. Well, didn't know this, but cool. And that's I think why people with a victim mentality don't get him and see him as offensive. But and when I saw the group and I joined it, I was like, okay, I can find some like-minded people because there's not a big like conversation about which way to live your life in Europe or in Belgium, but the fact that there was like a prominent figure trying to solve that question in American media, let's say, although he's Canadian, that was very appealing to me, and I didn't find let's say a crowd to resonate it with. So that's how I got into the group, and the whole meta aspect, the way like it's easy to misunderstand him on religion, for example.
Mm-hmm.
But I get where he's coming from, and it's hard to find people that also get it. Like,
Yeah.
especially because Europe is very atheist, especially Belgium. Wait, 1 second. Like, we're crazy about the architecture because we have a nice cathedral that I can see out of my window, but everything religious is like frowned upon, especially with the pedophilia scandal, which was handled with a lot more scrutiny than, for example, a migration issue, which leads back to the previous topic. Like everything was every like we have bisdoms. I don't know if you. That's like I don't know how pastors and stuff work in America, but we have like every like province has their own big, let's say, religious headquarter.
Yeah.
And they were all every which one was under federal investigation after the first scandal. So that was like 10 years ago. So it really like died out. So and it's really hard, like in a mindset as Belgium, to find someone who's also like gets the abstract about religion. Like 3,000 years ago, people were writing shit down and like trying to persuade a population with fiction to at least abide to certain societal rules. Like the whole like don't have kids before marriage is like a very good way to persuade people into saying like, especially back in the days, like I know it's really fun to have sex, but like wait for it because otherwise someone's gonna punish you. Because I think like a medieval person that has like a shitty life 90% of the time, he's gonna find a lot of good arguments to have sex with someone all the time. So and have kids all the time. So there was like a societal standard set in place based on like fictitious persuasion. And Jordan Peterson actually sees the values in those abstracts, and he never takes anything literally. And that's like one big, let's say, like a good sign, a good indicator when someone tries to find meaning in religion. Like not take everything really literally and see it as the context that it came from. And that's something Jordan Peterson is really capable of doing, at looking at certain things in context. And that's something that really persuaded me to find other people that saw it as well. Like,
Yeah.
if that made sense.
No, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
English is not my first language, so when I'm forming long sentences, it gets really complicated for me.
Your English is much better than my French.
Yeah, and I'm from the Flemish part. I speak Dutch, and I speak French with my dad.
Est-ce que tu voudrais parler en français?
Si vous voulez,
No,
oui.
I think we'll stick with English.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's speak English.
I don't like speaking another language on command.
Yeah. Well, for me, I mean, like you guys covered a lot of the reasons, a lot of the things that I like about the Jordan Peterson discussion group. I read his book 12 Rules for Life. Both my mum and my brother got me the book for my birthday when it came out. So yeah, and he was professor at University of Toronto, and I was from Niagara Lake, so I knew people who went to the University of Toronto, and I heard about him very, very early in his controversy, very early, because they were all already on the, oh, he's so offensive, and basically I thought, well, if they find him offensive, I'm interested.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, when is it going to be offensive? And I'm still waiting for the offensive.
Yeah. I know it's like, yeah, no, this is bang on. Yeah, this is, so understanding a lot about Canada and knowing where he's from, I've spent a little bit of time out in Alberta too, where he's from, not anywhere near as far north, but Calgary. You know what I'm saying? That's real rough frontier area. It's,
yeah, I read it. Is it really that, like, I had like a Siberian view?
Oh, yeah, it's like that.
The personal parts of his book?
Yeah, I mean, Fairview is a lot more rural than, I mean, I lived in Okotoks for about a year, out on a farm, on a ranch, because it's west of the Mississippi. But yeah, I mean, like, you get up and there's ice on everything. It made me appreciate health and safety at work a lot. That was a big change in my life, because I broke both my hands across here and across here at an accident. I went down had a ladder in my hands and slipped down a flight of stairs. Fortunately, I wore hazmat gear all the time at work, because I worked with spray foam, that insulation stuff.
Yeah.
And the mask saved my face from getting hit, because the mask was actually just right. And I was at work the next day on an oil rig, working on, like, scraping paint off an oil rig. I was just on so many drugs to numb the pain. But that really, I got fired, because it was like, well, we can fire you. And it's like, yeah, but the accident was your guys' fault. You guys didn't put any salt down. No, but you got it. We don't need a reason. You just fired. So. Yeah, and I couldn't believe it, but yeah, it turned out that you have like no workers' rights, no health and safety at work. So those are things I really appreciate in Ontario, in England, in France. So I always, when people complain about health and safety, I always like, no, there is another side to this that you.
Yeah, I know some people from the port as well, and it's like that's something like the average people don't understand the scale of some construction sites and stuff, because I assume you work in construction as well.
Yeah, I used to in Canada.
But that's funny, because then the Jordan Peterson chapter is talking about his youth.
Oh yeah,
there should be like some recognizable sceneries going when he describes it, because that's some. Now that you talk about it, like coming from a rough area like that, or like working there, creates more discipline by definition, I think.
Yeah.
It's like Scandinavian people are super disciplined, and they're all like hardcore people, and they were like they were Vikings, and they were hardcore. And I think Canadians, I mean, that's like a shitty new frontier to pick, like snowy as hell. And I mean, the Americans got the West Coast, and they got California, and they got the best.
Prairies are just wind, ice, and like -40. I mean, like. It's funny because, like, in Toronto, the coldest it gets for a couple of days a year is -20, and that's about zero. That's about 0 Fahrenheit, right?
You're laughing in Florida.
I'm in Florida, man. I'm good.
I know.
In Toronto, it only gets like that, and you get a lot more snow because of the lakes, right? So the air picks up moisture off the lake, it freezes, it dumps it on the land. So you get a lot more snow, but it's nowhere near as cold. And people are always talking about, oh, I went camping in this temperature, and it's a big competition in Ontario. In Alberta, you get to your first day of work in in autumn, and people are like, "What socks are you wearing?" "Oh, I found this new brand. They're this thick. They're oh yeah, you got to try these socks. You got to try these gloves." And then
So
like
it's
negative
a
40.
lifestyle.
Oh yeah,
Withstanding the cold.
yeah, it's not a competition anymore. We've all lost, right? So
Yeah.
it's a completely different mentality. Like negative 42.
I can't imagine, man.
It's working outdoors in negative 42 is it makes you appreciate work that isn't outdoors.
Yeah,
And the other thing is, it gives you a great confidence because it's like, I've worked for a year in Alberta. Some guy wants to have a go at me about something I made here at work. Really? You think you're gonna actually give me a hard time?
Yeah.
It's like, dude, I've been through way worse. You having a go at me for 5 minutes is laughable. So like these hard experiences, they're really, really good for you.
That's what I think as well. Like,
Yeah.
I hate the cuddling mentality, and I wonder how mainstream it is in America actually. Like, as a bystander from like an ocean away, I can like look at your universities going like crazy at what's the admission rate again? Like $100,000 a year, and I'm like, is that influence really trickling down so far in like mainstream society that everything's off? I know England is pretty fucked as well.
Oh yeah.
But we're like, especially in between France and Holland, because Holland is very open and France, there's like a holiness towards parody and satire in France. Like it's something you cannot like question or at all. That's like a holiness in France, like the right to like mock whoever's in charge. To like Charlie Hebdo is really French, the magazine. That's something that they're more on their free speech than Americans, I think. But,
Yeah, because I feel like you have to. I think this is like a tangent, but to be able, because you need the ability to critique. But the way people critique is that they hide behind comedians and parody. That's the way. It's the classic the jester. The king will kill any of his people in his kingdom, but he never kills the jester for making fun of him and critiquing him.
no, it is because that's always how I see like when someone makes like a forbidden joke from whatever forbidden cat, like racism or sexism or whatever. It's like, yeah, be glad people are laughing at it. Don't look at the guy who takes it seriously, you know? Like that's it's like a defense mechanism, especially in a crowd when you're like watching a comedian of saying like, look at us, we're all like having this homogenous, non-serious reaction. We see the abstract, we see the whatever topic he's pointing out as a comedian, but we're not taking it seriously, guys, and that's something that has to be protected very like sacredly because I think America's censorship is really like gonna like demoralize the country because things are gonna be so unspoken that you can actually like value what's right and wrong because like free speech, the importance of free speech is like hearing out bad ideas completely so you can like categorize them as bad ideas. Like okay, we heard you, but you're wrong. I'm sorry, but we gave you the chance, but you're wrong. And that's something that's like Americans are like, or it's like expected to be afraid of that confrontation because oh no, the bad idea was said out loud, and that doesn't equate any support. And that's like a big misconception Americans make. Like observing something and supporting something is not the same thing.
Exactly. And I'm hoping that, all this like pushback, it's not it's crazy. And just to touch on this, like a lot of comedians and now even like Hollywood people that, stereotypically are super liberal or to the left, they're commenting
Yeah.
on this like, no, you guys are going too far. So it's becoming mainstream to realize when you're going too far. And I
Oh,
really
okay,
like
that's
that.
good.
That's
Okay,
a
that's a
good
relief.
corrective mechanism
Because
that's happening.
I know that there's like a lot of money lost with that mentality in the last 5 years. Like Star Wars is gonna have like 2 bad trilogies in a row because of social justice and it's, I mean they can deny it and they can give it their scores, but that's like the talk about like oh yeah he butchered a fucking Star Wars like something that's if done well, unbutcherable Star Wars. That's like a religion on itself. So
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, so people and as people can like see the loss in money. I get like the get woke, go broke mentality is getting more mainstream among business people. So I think that's like a big incentive to stop the push. Like what was the? I remember those Marvel heroes. They were like those social justice.
Oh, they made Thor a woman.
No. They had like their own new rep, and they were like one was actually named Snowflake.
Oh,
Yeah, like there was like two non-binary twins in their gang of misfits, and there was like one fat woman of color with a backpack with infinite capabilities, and then there was a nerd and he had like some internet gimmickry, and then there was the twins in their names. Yeah, Snowflake and Safe Space, and
Wait, this is real? Like
look it
Marvel?
up. Like Snowflake and Safe Space were like two Marvel announcements, and they just abandoned it immediately because it was awful. And they both have like short. The guy has short pink hair, I think, and the girl has short blue hair. Because yeah, role reversal. It's awful.
it's funny because like a couple months ago, about 6 months ago now, when I was still at work, the most empowered I've ever felt, even though I hate the word, was I got in a bit of a Facebook argument with some girl I used to go to school with. Well, not really her friends. She went to George Brown University in Ontario, which is right next to the University of Toronto. And it's amazing. Like you can just see how the ideology is just so taught into these people who are
Scary.
offended by everything. And no matter how obvious the joke, they're offended. And they said that they were going to contact my boss. Well, this was hilarious. I just wrote back, well, Sergeant Pellier only speaks French. And we're going to Google Translate. They managed to actually get to him. And he was like, I don't care. Say what you want. Like,
Yeah, but it's
awesome. I was like,
like
he was like, don't, he was just like, tell these people to just not ever contact me again because I don't care what you said. I'm like, great. Like,
that's also like a bit of a new thing is like taking offense on behalf of someone else.
oh, yeah.
That's something so it's normalized, like, and especially like, there's no, I don't know if the white savior stereotype is true because we don't have it in here. Like they're mocked immediately. They're like, get lost, prove yourself first before you're taking a stand. That's like there's not a, but like I can search it on YouTube right now and find like 1,000 different people with the lamest Twitter accounts but how prevalent is it actually? What's the scale? Like, are they dominating like let's say the conversation space and actually setting up rules? Like, is it common to hear a trigger warning or like
I've not amongst my friends.
Yeah, I think it's a really big deal in circles.
Like,
so if like between it's hard for like adults and groups of friends, you have your own circles. I do agree that jobs and corporations, I don't know if they're going too far, but because
that's a whole different avenue.
Yeah, but universities and it is a thing. Like in universities, the pendulum swung really far.
Yeah, like with the Halloween mandates and like this whole the safe space thing. What is the segregated libraries and stuff? That's ridiculous.
So yeah,
like, they're not even.
It's real. It's a real thing. And
where this ends up affecting guys like me, working class guy like me, is I've worked in quite a few places where it's like the workshop floor has one culture of swearing and racist jokes, and the office, you can't say anything. You have to be silent when you're in the office. You can't make a joke around the girls in the office. There's the office staff and the production staff. And where this really comes in is the office staff come from universities where they've got 5 years of their life where they're not working. They can can drink, gamble, and hump and grab any ideology they want. Whereas the production staff are paid a lot less, and they come up with they develop a sort of rough attitude toward life, and that includes racist jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
to
mean,
me, and it's like Arthur, what you were doing. It's like on one point, it's the abstract. Like no one really thinks like this. It's the funny things. Like so, I don't know if one of our famous comedians is Dave Chappelle, and he's
yeah,
a
yeah.
black comedian, and he makes fun of his own people, but America at large as well. And it's like he can do that because if he was white, that
Yeah, like I think the most like the how do you say it, like the best example of like an on the fence white comedian is Bill Burr. I think like he does it really
yeah.
well.
yeah,
Like he knows where to go and where to stop, and he uses his own limitations as an advantage. Like
yep,
he pisses off someone first, and then he explains his way backwards, and it's all good. Like he starts his gag with like women are overrated, and then he explains why, and then it's all a big joke, big explanation. You get it.
Lady.
Yeah, like now he said like I don't know. Have you seen his latest SNL stand up? It's pretty good. And I'm surprised. That's maybe what you said. Like the media actually like this a mainstream like acknowledgement of we went too far in Hollywood and stuff. That even the liberal Hollywood celebs acknowledged like, hey, this is getting pretty lame.
yeah,
Like, and I was really surprised by SNL by that they allowed like he addressed
yeah.
everything he wanted to address. Like he was given apparently total freedom,
And
and
yeah, I think the reason why, let me say, like comedy specifically was critical of like the radical left is because it's comedy and because it
yeah,
can do that and comedy critiques. That's one of the inherent things of comedy.
yeah,
John
it's like
Cleese puts it: all comedy is a critique, even if it's at the most abstract level of critiquing the human condition. Comedy is criticism,
yeah,
and
it is. Like I remember that there was like in about 10 years ago there was like a German movie. And it was a comedy about Hitler. Hitler like being reborn in present time and like
oh,
getting
Iron Sky.
yeah, he's tweeted that he's
And
back.
there's an Irish guy too, I think,
No,
as
no,
Yeah.
it's not
well.
like this guy. No, it's a comedy. It's a comedy. It's about like Hitler as a regular guy from the past. It's like a he's like awoken back in this era and he can't figure out the modern world. It's like a comedy.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
It's called is wieder da, which means he's back. It's
yeah.
like a very dark comedy about Hitler not being able to adapt to the modern world and not realizing that there's no Nazis. So and Germans were really happy with the movie because they were like, finally they can see that we're starting. We want to mock. We're not walking on eggs when we talk about Nazis anymore. Like that, they were really happy. Like enough with the serious bringing up the past. They wanted to show like that's something like for example South Park really does well with like contemporary American
So
culture.
well.
Like there's such an outlet for people like, yeah, we agree with the ridiculousness. We want to laugh at it. And that's something that Germans really needed, like a movie. So like, yeah, we're not, no one takes Nazism serious. We don't want it here. It's like, okay, it's painful, but they want to show like, we don't want the serious part, they're over it and they don't want to walk on eggshells. And South Park does it really well with like the painful things that are happening right now in America. And their latest special was very on point. And I'm
Yes.
really about their post-election season, but that's something, especially comedy, really needs to be like because
If it
also,
loses
when
that, then
you-
it won't be comedy.
when you agree to go to a comedy club, you consent to go to comedy, and I think there should be like instead of giving the comedians like a list of disclaimers, like you can't say this joke, you can't say this joke. They should have a disclaimer to the customers and say like, hey, when you enter, you're gonna hear this joke.
Yeah.
And you-
There's
It's
a restaurant in,
because they're always serving alcohol in those clubs. I went to one in New York when I was there, like this really brick wall comedy thing. And they're serving you alcohol regardless, so you're gonna have adults, and adults are able to consent. Like I'm okay with racist jokes, and I'm okay with Jew jokes and sexist jokes, and then let them enter, and then they're not gonna lose any customers. They're gonna be like, oh no, I went to see Dave Chappelle, but I don't want to hear his criticism about black culture. That's not gonna happen. There's not a single person in that room at that meeting. Instead of giving restrictions to the comedians, they should give disclaimers to the viewers. Like
There's
The same with violence. Like if you agree to like, yeah, I agreed to an R-rated movie. I'm gonna watch whatever Deadpool or something, or I'm going to pay a ticket and pay admission to agree to see the movie. Don't be surprised to see like limbs getting cut off. I mean, and then you shouldn't be offended for the guy in the wheelchair who lost his legs, who's also watching the movie.
Exactly.
So that's also.
Yeah, I think a big thing, like kind of like how George was saying, there's the, let's say, the blue collar worker and the white collar worker. I think the biggest thing with like the trigger words and just language and all this in general, the more abstract solution is intimacy. So, for example, like the way Zizek says this, it's like, you know how you're really best friends with your friend when you can say you fucked his mother, or fuck your sister. That's how you know you're close,
And
because you don't mean it. Because if you did mean it, someone would fight. And
Yeah,
it'd
but
be real.
that's like the way you always like diss your friends because you know it's like based on a grounds of like a kinship. Like you
Exactly.
joke, you're not.
Exactly.
And if you bring something sensitive, it's well-meaning. Like I hope you figure it out kind of way. You
Exactly. And the more
You joke
intense
to help them.
and the more intense the joke, the more intense, your friendship. That's how strong it is.
Yeah, I forgive you, man. You're my best friend. It's like most of the times you're like hoping for a good comeback or something witty to appreciate the wittiness. Like,
Exactly.
man, good thinking, man. You got me over there, and then he just insulted you, and you appreciated the technique, you know?
Exactly. So maybe in some blue collar and white collar workers there are people saying bad things, but a lot of times I think it's just jokes and it's okay. And for
Yeah,
example, in my predicament, for example, a big controversy is the N word and how that's used between black people and then black people and white people. And to me, the solution is intimacy. So there are some black people that are okay with it. There are some black people that are okay with their white friends saying it.
yeah. I
But
got one of those.
but they'll tell you, I'm okay with you saying it, but do not say it in public because that's a risk
Yeah,
that you're taking.
yeah. It is.
And to
I
me,
got a friend.
it's an intimacy thing. The same way you can make fun of your friends, you can only say certain things within your circle. If you diss a stranger, if you make a joke about a stranger, they don't know you, so they
Yeah,
can't comprehend that. So all these triggers
yeah.
and words, it's all about intimacy and the context.
Yeah,
Well,
it's like
the actual words are very plastic. Don't forget, you like in England, the N word. It just until the 70s, it just meant brown in England. It was a color. You could buy
Yeah,
paint.
it's an American thing.
Yeah,
it's not a big thing in Belgium either. The N word.
yeah.
Sorry, continue. I was just.
Recently, there was a statue taken down. Have you ever heard of the Dam Busters? The British squadron, they modified bombers. They built this bomb that spun up on a drum, and they dropped it into dams in Germany, and they blew out the dams, and in Holland as well, along the Ruhr. And their dog was named the Nigger. It was 1940s England, and it just meant it was a brown lab. That was his name, and it just was not. And recently, the statues of the dog has been taken down because of the name.
That's petty. I think that's just like you can be righteous and petty at the same time.
Exactly, that's too far because the context didn't
Yeah,
even make
Yeah,
sense.
and you're missing the point because we Belgians have a painful one as well. We got Leopold. I don't know if you. That's like the most like on the down low mass murderer in history. Do you know the history of Belgium, Leopold II? We had like a.
No, I don't know it particularly well.
So we were founded in 1830. We had the first king until 1865, I think, and then Leopold II came, and that was right when Europe was like distributing Africa to the colonies, and no one wanted Congo because it was such a dense environment. It was unlivable because it's a big rainforest. So Belgium took it, but it wasn't really a colony. It was more of a private domain of the king. So only like very wealthy people lived there. They called the colonials.
Belgian Congo.
And he mass murdered 12 million people, enslaved them all, and no one talks about it. But he still had statues in some parks in Brussels, and they're taken down after. Yeah, that went pretty quickly. But the thing is, the average Belgian guy acknowledges it, and the government said like, okay, yeah, we're gonna add it in the curriculum at school, and like no one's defending it, so we don't have like statue. It's way more pain. It's like what's the guy, the Robert E. Lee statue or whatever it was. It's like it's our own like bad guy, and like he's like a little, let's say, it was like a first draft of a Hitler, but it was just in another country. It was just like Hitler took a lot of knowledge of the way he exterminated people, which is really painful too. But yeah, I can acknowledge it because I don't feel guilty about it. But that's
the thing. I don't feel guilty about it because I wasn't there. But the thing about English history is English history is incredibly brutal. I mean, they brutalized India, they brutalized South Africa. Australia was a jail, and the slave trade between Africa, Western Africa, Southern Africa, and the Caribbean and onto America, that was all British ships. They were all British sailors and ships, and it was money made by the British. And it was only William Wilberforce that really broke up the slave trade with an administrative law about flying a flag of convenience. The British Parliament protected the slave trade at great lengths, and the British economy made a lot of money out of it. And the thing that I don't think is right in England is it's not in the curriculum that England has ever done anything wrong in English school. In England,
same here.
We are the good guy. We beat Hitler, and it's just there's no this is part of Brexit was, oh, we're going to be the British Empire again, and it's like the British Empire was not good for English people, and it was really not good for the rest of the world.
No, but that's like a big thing. That I think if Europe should acknowledge it, the whole world should acknowledge it as well at the same time. Because if you're going to start like what's happening in America as well, like, okay, we get it. America had slavery, which is really bad, but a lot of people are pointing fingers coming from a country that also has slavery, and like it's taking all. So I think it should be like on a global level, like okay, everyone done bad shit. Let's talk about it, but let's not blame anyone, because that's like it's becoming an argument to say like, look at you past it.
Yeah.
And I think America is overusing it a lot.
Yeah.
I think I'm sorry. I'm gonna just say it how I translated, but this, like the way I see it, like the bringing back slavery mentality on and on again is really unproductive by some, like, say, people who get a lot of speaking time. Like, what's this guy's name? Michael Eric Dyson, for example.
Yeah, I don't like him.
He's an unproductive guy. I mean, he's just ranking it on, and okay, it happened, but a lot of countries had the same thing, and they're not bringing it up over and over again. It should be acknowledged. Like, we don't have we have a big Congolese community in Belgium, but they're like, okay, we see that the Belgians want to take down the statues as well, so they're like the general agreement of the population is favorable for the Congolese, and they know like, okay, we shouldn't make an issue about it. And although our past is also really, really brutal with the Congolese, it's not brought up all the time, and that's something America, in my opinion, should like at least tone down on it a bit, because
in Obama's words, transcend these issues.
So I have a question. So it's like, after, just kind of go back a little bit after everything you heard from like Jordan Peterson videos and all these topics, because I think, Arthur, you said like you were trying to figure out like meaning in your life, like how to live it, like what's changed in your behaviors, like what have you applied to yourself, like
coming from Jordan Peterson,
or just like all those topics around.
Well, I actually did the future authoring program, and it was pretty. I mean, I always wanted to move myself here, but it actually kind of helped write out a plan for moving myself to France and sort of identifying my hobbies. The future authoring program actually sort of helped me identify my goals, identify how they fit in my life, and how then to go about achieving them. So my hobby has always been flying gliders and flying light aircraft. Loved it my whole life. It's expensive, so you either need to fly for a living as an airline pilot, and I can't really afford to become an airline pilot, and it's a really crap job, or you need to make a ton of money to fly, rent, or buy an aeroplane. So also, like I was in England at the time. It was I also did the personality, understand myself personality. I recommend both. They're really good. Understanding that one thing I need to do is externally motivate myself based on other people. Like, say, all right, I need to get this much stuff done each day. I need somebody to kind of carrot and stick. And I need to also give myself more of a break when I find them too hard on myself. So, the future authoring just sort of, I haven't achieved all 8 of the things I set out on there, but and the plans changed as I went. So one of them is just completely abandoned. I'm not interested in that anymore. But it does sort of help you lay out, right, okay, so the flying is a hobby that is going to take that much money a year. Work, what am I going to do for work? Well, here's my best opportunities. Where to live, where for me to live. But you can't live in France, you've got to live in a town, you need an address, right? So like when people talk about moving to America, it's like, yeah, well, which state, which town, where are you going? What is your life gonna, designing yourself a week that you'd like to have is something he talks about quite a bit, and talks about in his book with dealing with his clients. And it's like, yeah, design yourself a week. And it's like, for me, that's some work and some flying in the summer. In the winter, it's just not doable. But yeah, you just, so for me, it's been really helpful with getting things done in a way more efficient fashion than I would have otherwise.
That was the same with me, like aimlessness, let's say. Like I really found like a good route to stick into, to think about, okay, how am I gonna figure out my next 5 years, for example. Like I had no idea what to do first. Like I wasn't even taking that question seriously, because I moved out pretty early. I only did high school, then I went to work at a bar. I moved out at 20 years old because I wanted to leave my house, and now I'm still working in the service industry. And I was a manager of a pasta restaurant chain, but now with the lockdown. But for example, for 5 years I worked at a little coffee shop, no care at all. I wasn't thinking ahead, and it took me really a good framework to at least address the problem, And that was something that really, let's say, at least thinking about problems, either mine or outside, more seriously, and looking at problems as complex things with chapters and all small victories, for example, to solve. That was really something that sort of thinking space really was something it just came really conveniently for me, that this was on a big resurgence when I was 24, 25,
It's just really good timing.
How am I going to solve this thing called life? And then there's this 50-year-old gray-haired guy hey, 20-something men, you're thinking about it, I've got it. And then he suddenly came out. I mean, just sticking to the 12 rules really at least puts let's say a good thing to keep track of, okay, I'm taking care of this, and I'm behaving myself in this way, and I'm creating discipline regarding whatever. And that's something looking at it as a manageable framework is really something that I think a lot of people need, and he addressed it finally, I think. Not only him, but the whole framework of people, the fact that he and Douglas Murray sold out an arena in England for a debate, that's something hopeful to look at.
It's for me, you're right. It's a framework that's given to us, and it's you fill in the blanks because they're what you want, and if it's what you want, you're going to do it. And Like for me, you were just talking about aimlessness. For me, my problem is, and this is what I found from the personality test, I scored 99th percentile in openness. So I'm not just aimless. I'm pointing in every single direction. If you're pulling in two different directions, you're going to go nowhere.
Yeah.
So really, my big takeaway was, right, pick something, do it for enough time to achieve something, then decide, okay, well, I might have my pilot's license now, but for the next few years, I want to race cars or whatever. Then go and do that. But yeah, I mean, like in the 2 years I've lived here, I got my glider license in French and I got my pilot's license in French.
Ooh.
So
Damn.
that was because I quit all ideas of motor racing, quit all ideas of bicycling, all these other things. I just did one thing, and it fit in that framework. And it's like, great, in 2 years, all right, that's done. Now, what am I going to do next? It's like, well, the next is start a business, but it's
Yeah, but that's also something like if you solve like small victories and you like do something from beginning to end, like being from having a pilot license, which is pretty fucking amazing, by the way. It's pretty cool. But like for me, one of the first victories was like actually finishing a book, for example. Like
Nice.
that was like a long time ago. Now I'm like not it's I forced myself to do it, and now I'm like I have difficulty not to keep myself on my promise to read every night.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
in to if you see it like laid out, it's manageable. To if you look at every problem as you can like adapt everything towards a certain solution-based framework, let's say, then everything becomes way less intimidating for me as well. So, and that's something that really I needed to accept that in life. Like, okay, there's a possible way of looking at conflict and hurdles and unexpected shit that's like solvable and not intimidating. Because like my first year living by myself, shit piled up like crazy, like bills everywhere.
I mean, the thing I need is structure, and that's something I've learned from his material. It's like, okay, I need structure more than a conservative needs structure. The constraints. This is something like I really do not get on with flight simulators. Like everybody's always going on about the new flight simulator coming out. It's probably amazing, but it's like they're always saying you can fly anytime, you can fly from the comfort of your own home, you can do this. It's like the constraints of having to go to the airfield only when the weather's good, only in daylight. Makes me get out of bed in the morning, and then I've got to go there, make sure it's all in good shape, and then it's like, great. Well, I don't like flying through controlled airspace. Never have. But this year, it's like, well, in France, there's so much of it around. I've had to go through, make up, key up the approach control, tell them what I'm doing, and get the communication. Well, now I'm perfectly comfortable with doing that. Like in Canada, when I used to fly gliders, I used to just stay well away from any airspace. But now it's like, well, I go and do it. Whereas on Flight Simulator, I could just turn that feature off. And I
think like the simulated part takes away a bit of the achievement of actually being in a plane.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like these guys spend thousands and thousands on these sim rigs, and it's like, guys, I know you can't say, oh, I won't buy this sim rig, I can afford a PPL. Like PPL is very expensive. It took me a long time to save up, and gift from family, and but it's like you can afford paragliding or gliding or something smaller out of that 1,500 euros, and it's like, sure, gliding is constraining, but it's an achievement. Flight simulator isn't.
But I think overall, also like I think a lot of people are comfortable with a lifestyle that doesn't take any challenge or discipline.
Yeah, sadly.
And the way you just specified like one very niche thing, the let's say free time pilot community, let's say, But that's pretty niche, I guess.
Yes,
It's not like
not many of us. Not many of
not
us.
as big as it's not Super Bowl big, for example. I mean, it's like yeah, we have football. You like no soccer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, football.
Anyway,
Play with your feet.
to not get distracted, like a lot of people are comfortable with like a hurdle-free lifestyle, and a lot of and society really invests in like capitalizing in those quick solutions, you know.
Yeah.
Like there's an incentive to make money on people's laziness towards not climbing the mountain but want to enjoy the view, you know. And I think like the best example is a fat acceptance movement. Like it's not about fat acceptance, it's about like eat consciously, you know, like make health like an ideal instead of something that could be like argued against. And that's like how do you say it? Like finding like to go back on the Jordan Peterson piece, finding a community of people that are like, damn, I hate those people that like avoid responsibility. I want to be like you said with the pilot thing, and I haven't heard your story, Frank, but I guess there's one as well, like about finding some, let's say, meaning or like goal at least.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, because some of these ideas, and it's kind of like he says, like we all kind of think about it, but we never fully articulate it. And it was really good to just like find some more grounding and more rooting. And it's like, okay, this is clicking, and it's just articulating it so you can like act on it. And then like meaning, that was a big thing. It was just like, what am I doing with my life? What's the point? What's my purpose? Like, what can I do? And and something he says is like, clean your own room, and it's like it's all about the local, and it's not. I don't want to say ignore, like, for example, I didn't ignore the presidential race. I voted, but I think like there's a imbalance in how society treats that, and it's like you should focus on yourself. And I think like the individual, that's where you need
It
to
all starts
focus.
with the individual. That's
Yeah.
something people really should accept. Like it really starts with individuals, and like the one of the something that would solve a lot if it's like everyone collectively like was honest to himself for like one day. Like just look at yourself honestly and like, okay, what are my personal problems? I'm gonna solve them if I accept them, and that's something like it's acceptable not to accept your problems these days, and that's like getting a standardized look at yourself, you know. Like,
Yeah, and then like the one example he said, like for example, what if like you and your wife have a problem? It's a serious problem, but you figure
Yeah.
that out. You can share that solution, and it'll spread like wildfire because it's functional and it's a good idea.
yeah.
So,
I think your comment about not accepting your problems is a problem. I think like the first thing that springs to mind is those nice guys who it's not their fault that women don't like them. It's women's fault that women don't like them. Hey, I can accept perfectly that like I'm not very fit right now. I'm bald. A lot of women don't like that. I'm as nerdy as hell about airplanes, and I spend way too much of my time dedicated to that. And women don't like when you're dedicated to something not them. So it's like, I understand that to a woman, it's like, yeah, he's funny, he's nice, but, I've got better options on the table. So, it's, I think, you get guys who can't accept that, you're the reason why a woman doesn't want to be with you.
yeah.
That's where most misogyny from men comes from.
Yeah.
Guys complain about their wives, but really, are they that unhappy? The guys the only men who really hate women are the guys who can't get women.
Yeah. True,
They
man.
can't accept that, no, it's you, and you're not attractive.
Yeah, and
it's
they made their echo chamber. That's like the worst part. Like they they make like they exist as an entity, you know. They're like they find each other with the internet right now, and now there's like this. They can loop within their own ideology, like with other people that have the same faith. And I think there's a lot of them. I think we don't see them like as a percentage yet, but like like they call it the incels, I think.
Yeah.
Like
incels.
That's like where all the misogyn like those are like the.
Yeah.
If they get a girl, they're gonna be wife beaters, I think, because then like the lack of self-awareness and self-acceptance. Like I have to work on myself before someone has to see me as a prize, you know. Like it's like.
And the thing is, right, and it's understandable why women would prize. I think, you know, from my experience talking to women and seeing how my friends who are women behave, it's like, yeah, of course they prize men who are going to be financially successful, because being financially successful means you're successful in many other realms of in life.
Confidence.
It's a successful mentality. And you know, like me, I've gone very, very unique route in life. Whereas if I had lived in Canada and gotten into the military, well, there's a structure. You know where you're going to go. And women have got to consider that, yeah, they're going to have kids and they're going to be dependent at some point. So, you know, what are they going to, like, you know, picking a man is a big gamble. Whereas it's for a bloke, it's like, she's good looking, hope she doesn't get fat. Whereas for women, it's like, you know, this could be great, it could be lovely, but it could also be destitute and homeless.
Yeah.
It's a big investment.
That's
it's a big
right.
risk. So you know, like guys who can't accept that, you know, it's like, you are the reason why women don't like you, and it's women don't really go for looks. They go for your mentality more than anything else.
Yeah, if you have like a success mentality, I got like a friend. He's like I think, let's say, what is it, 1 meter 60 or something, 55. He's like super tiny dude with super thin hair. He's like not an attractive guy, and in college he slayed like all the pretty girls because he had such a like. And now he's like some big guy at the Porks. He makes a lot of money. He's 27, bought his house. He's like, he's in, you know, and he had such a go-getter mentality I noticed that was really attractive to women, that he had like everything was fixed in his life, you know. He was busy with fixing everything, like everything was on point. And that's like really something.
In England, we say knocked back. Like, go and ask a girl out, and she says, no, go away. Like, you're knocked back. Did he like not care at all when that happened? Was he like the kind of guy who just like, fuck her then?
Like someone who can take rejection.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, easily. And also, if I have a discussion with the guy, he's like one of the few people who can like say like, yeah, you're right. You know, he can like accept he's wrong. I guess some people he's like by far one of the least stubborn people, you know.
Yeah.
But I think in general, and honestly, I think most of the rejection comes from women towards men. Like they're pickier, so that's why when this whole argument comes, like, yeah, when a guy fucks girls, he's not as much of a slut as when a girl fucks a lot of guys. It's like, yeah, because guys got to get through. There's like a way more rejection. Rejection is one-sided, so, and that's because picking a mate or whatever future a woman is looking for has a way bigger prize than men. Men can, like, yeah, a man can reject way more responsibility in a relationship and get away with it than a woman can.
Yeah.
And that's something
a bigger risk for a woman.
Hard to solve with the whole kids. It's like biologically hard to solve because there's this whole child-mother dependency that some men just like don't connect with. They're off, and like, and then so someone has to do it, you know, and that's like a mentality issue as well. Like the fact that how do you say it? Yeah, it happens way too much to be the fact that it's normalized that men don't take that much responsibility as like a parent or as a partner in a wedding. Like,
I think Jordan Peterson's observation of early childhood is the woman takes care of the baby, the man just takes care of the woman.
Yeah, that's something.
And it's much easier to take care of an adult than a baby.
Yeah, but it's hard to actually like get away from it because we were dependent on that formula for a long time as humans. Because that's like when any feminist argument comes like, yeah, but women weren't allowed to work, for example. Like, yeah, because working sucked fucking hard back in the day. Like, everyone died from work, like all the men. Like, there was not a single man buried with all his limbs on his body for like millennia, you know? Like, he had to like work at the farms or the factories or whatever. It sucked. So people were screwed together, you know? Like,
Yeah.
both genders were equally
Yeah, I
screwed.
like the way he says it. It's like he doesn't deny the fact that women are oppressed. It's like they are.
No,
But I
think,
don't say that. I
like,
say people are oppressed. It's both.
people were oppressed. Yeah, there's always oppression coming from somewhere, but like picking sides doesn't solve the other sides. Like there's no absolutes like oppressed, oppression, oppressor, oppressed. There's like, let's say, unfairness going and coming from both ways. But like acknowledging that our, let's say, marital formula comes from like the only viable option to make it less shitty for both of us.
Yeah.
That has to be like acknowledged when trying to step away from it, because there's no viable solution right now. Actually, like,
It's hard.
it is the net worth of a single parent household is significantly less, which disadvantages the family on every scale because they have less income and less capital. So
one of the problems facing Africa with right now is women aren't generally in the workforce in Africa, and one of the problems is just placing this Western ideal of women should get equal pay, equal work, equal pay. Well, when you double the workforce, you halve the value of labor. So a household in England now, you have to have both husband and wife have to work full time to afford the house, whereas 100 years ago, the man on his own could afford the house and to feed everybody. So with this women entering the workforce, more workers immediately does lower the value of wages. And
without stepping into women should stay at home territory, that's something.
no, I'm not saying should.
Yeah, you are. I heard it. I heard it.
I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying this is the effect.
No, I mean, that's something that has to be acknowledged, like the loss of value. Because I'm all for women in the workforce. I mean, but to find a solution for it, because it's still like a contested argument, like what's good, and especially like the labor gap, which is a very unproductive distraction, I think.
Yeah.
Towards what's like how there should be like more of a, let's say, instead of like, okay, there's a discrepancy, but instead of making up for the discrepancy, make up for the discrepancy in interests in workforces, for example, like, or accept that there is a discrepancy, like in Scandinavia. I think you're all familiar with the gender studies where they found out that like the more egalitarian.
You end up with the opposite effect of what you.
Yeah, same here. Like all my teachers were female in Belgium.
It's
Like
not a
this.
surprise.
No, but that's and no one. But actually, no one is surprised about that. Like,
Exactly.
Same with like, construction sites. So there should be an acknowledgement of that. But like when looking at, for example, women in politics, for example, I mean, there's gonna be like a societal demand for it. You know, like people want to see that sort of, especially very mostly aesthetic progress, because it depends on what. At the end, it's like saying I want someone with blue eyes or with brown eyes. It's the same difference. It's all about the capacity of a person. But if you want to make like those changes, which is in high demand right now, what you said about loss of value should actually be acknowledged in the conversation, because that's something I've never heard of that like point of view. Like doubling the workforce actually does have the value of said work.
Yeah, if the discussion about the wage gap is why don't we raise minimum wage for everybody and try and account for the fact that we've got more workers. Like, don't forget, like automation, as companies become more efficient, they lay people off. They become more productive and they hire less people. So we've got this productivity explosion that's happened over the last 100 years, and we're needing less people, but more people are being born. So our population is increasing, but our actual demand for labor is going down, and the number of people coming into the workforce has gone up. So, like, the middle class work of university, engineers, they've always been in need, but the workforce is transitioning slowly from manual labor to conception and design, and then human resources and business.
This has to do with, like, I think this is like a common idea, an old idea, like creative destruction. Just like the Industrial Revolution came, people who sold horseback and horse carriages. Then a car came. They're like, you can't take my business, bro.
Yeah, but
It's the
it's going to
same.
happen. And addressing cars, I think the biggest visible dent in employment is going to be when it's going to be mainstream to have self-driving cars in transportation. Because I think transportation is like 3% of the male workforce, and that's a visible dent. If there's like, if that
Or you got
whole
like truck
employment,
drivers.
yeah, like trucks, taxis, buses, whatever. Those are all going to be automated. That's like, there's going to be like 1 million or 2 million people in the US alone, easily.
So
I'm just throwing numbers, but it's going to be in the millions, and that's going to be like such a visible dent that then maybe there's going to be some legislation regarding, let's say, universal basic income, which is something that, if you want to have capitalism with all the labor savings, there should be like a monetary adjustment towards the category of people that got laid off.
Yeah, because like this
So
is
the
something
money
that
saved on occupation should be like, I don't want to go all taxating, but there should be like like if they have a business model and then the saved labor is such a big influx, that influx should be like redistributed to the people that got laid off, or should be sponsored as I don't know if you can like actually like re-employ people, because at the end there's going to be no more jobs to re-employ. You know, you can say like, okay, we're gonna take the car manufacturers and make IT people about it. Yeah, good luck with that in the first place. But what if you don't need ITers anymore?
Yeah,
happen
the economy changes, and in 20 years' time, people are going to be doing a job that hasn't yet been invented. So, but the thing is, as our technology gets better, like you can make, like Elon Musk made his first billion out of PayPal, which took how many employees? Only a few. If he made his first billion out of like in 1950s car manufacturer like Henry Ford, well, that took thousands of employees. So it's more efficient now to make money. So it's an unfortunate side effect of technology, and the economies change all the time.
So what do you guys think of this? Like, so go back to like for women, for example. A serious problem is that women give birth, and we need that. That's a great thing.
Yeah.
But now with respect to business, it's like we shouldn't deny the fact. Like, okay, if a woman like leaves for 9 months, and I think you should leave more, to take care of the child.
It's 18 months in Belgium.
Nice.
Oh, no, I think a year after birth.
That's not bad.
Nice.
That's good.
And the guy gets 2 weeks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Paid. And there's like standardized night in the hospital. So yeah, it's like it takes a lot of money to take care of that problem. Like
exactly. So it's not the fault of a business, because like whatever business, corporation, we're like whatever, pay for it. But especially like small businesses, it's like and local communities, like instead of like a Walmart, the bakery, or the deli, like they're gonna take that hit, and it's like we have to accept both truths and realize, okay, we need to solve this somehow. Now, like let's say programming, it'd be nice if the boss would be like, okay, you know what, you can work from home, no big deal, and do your thing there, and then that's like a win-win. But it's like people don't even acknowledge this reality that, okay, it's a loss on both sides, and we need to rectify that somehow. and maybe that could be a justification for something social. Just like Medicare, you wouldn't break a leg. This is for like the good of society. This is investing in the future, literally.
Yeah.
As,
Sorry.
as someone who's interested in small business, I would if I hired a woman who went and had a baby, that would be a major burden on a small company. It's the sort of thing. It's the sort of thing that every small business owner would kind of hope that the government would pay her maternity leave, so that I could just focus on hiring somebody else and then hire
Yeah.
her back when hire some temporary work.
Yeah, like the teachers. Everyone remembers the substitute teachers when you got a pregnant one.
Yeah.
Like that. Like that's taken care of easily. Like,
I mean,
like
there's always job agencies around, especially I do welding. I'm not going to be hiring anybody, but if I did hire a woman and she had a baby, well, then I'd just go to the local job agent and say, look, I need someone for 9 months, 6 months. I think it's 9 months here, and they would just give a temporary contract. But I would also be paying out her for her time, and my health insurance for the company would go up as well. So hiring a woman is more expensive and more risky from a business owner's perspective.
sadly, yeah, it's no sad. It's just like we have to accept that as a truth. I mean, there should be
Like a
yeah,
structure
again,
built behind that, supporting that instead of like trying to ignore it.
yeah, like no one's addressing like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna address the elephant in the room, the big P word, pregnancy. Let's focus on that specifically because that's the whole thing. Everyone who's like, especially in America, I see like whoever's claiming to solve a problem just is only addressing it. Like, and besides like the dark web, that's where actual solutions are being. And that's weird because the most informative actual discussions are like Joe Rogan podcasts actually.
Yeah.
Because he lets on everyone. He's a good listener, and even Dave Rubin in a certain amount. I mean, I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but at least he's honest about his own mistakes, and he hears people out that are actually quite interesting. And like for example, like the women in the workforce debacle and the debate it's being held on already, like the debate, like people are pushing it, keeping it pushing, and not bring any like progression. Same with the race argument in America. I think it's all like smoke and mirrors, or how do you say it? Like it's a lot of
Bullshit.
there's like
Smoke and mirrors.
especially the legal side, like what's being sponsored? Like, is there any program going on to like, I don't know, decriminalize drug convicts or whatever? That's a big issue in America. I'm just thinking out loud. Is it because if I look at the Black Lives Matter movement, what did they actually do? Like, for example, like did they went technically into something legally? Like, okay, we got money for this, or hey, that's a school that needs some fixing, or is there any example?
Yes.
That's the point that I'm also keep missing.
Yes, that's hard because okay, there have been some, let's say, for lack of better words, some action, some positive consequences due to the general movement, like certain police in our country. I don't remember the specifics, but people have left. There have been improvement in terms of funding, in terms of money, and how it's distributed. So, for example, instead of having police deal with stuff that a social worker should. So sometimes, we call the police because maybe a person with a disability is out on the street and we need help catching him. Instead of sending a police officer, send a social worker who's has experience and expertise in dealing with people with disabilities. So that's just like one particular example.
Yeah, but I forgot about the policing aspect because that's also like not like a very small thing here. It's not like the police, the exploitation of the urban and police conflict. Because it's being, I'm sorry, there's like way more talk than solutions regarding that discussion.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think there's some really like let's say smart people talking about it and actually like bringing up solutions, but there's a lot of outrage I see, and if I see the looting as an outsider, I'm like, every time I see like a night of looting, because okay, there's peaceful protest, but the protest is not condemning the looting itself. So there's no act, they're not stopping it. It's still going on for what is it, like 150 days? And I just see like a big bill coming up, you know, like it's gonna be billions and billions on like small businesses. And there's like, okay, so the country paid that big of a price. What's gonna be done to make up for that, for example?
Nothing.
So
Not a
that's why
lot.
you have all those big voices claiming to be on this problem and that problem, and the LGBTQ movement and the BLM and social justice, if we should name them as a group. But like, okay, what are they actually addressing? And
No, yeah, absolutely. Like for me, like personally, I don't like to associate with any organization because I associate with ideas, and I'll give credit where credit is due, but also give punishment where punishment is due. So just for example, I do this to the extreme, even for like charities that help cancer. I personally would not donate to them. Not saying that they don't do good things, but if I got $1 million, I would just go to the hospital and give the people who have cancer the money. So there's
yeah,
no
yeah,
middleman.
no administrative like
Exactly.
fees all the time. And yeah, but that the whole thing. I mean, I think like those movements that address by addressing it, you bring it forward. That's a good thing. But then there's no. I want to see like for example, uh, okay, like
Like a manifesto or a list of
yeah,
the
like
solutions.
yeah, it's just like yeah, a 5 year plan. Like okay, we got like urban issues in America, and we're ignoring the issues. I'm sorry, you got guys have bad schooling in certain areas of America. The food standards are low. The building standards are low. Like
Yeah.
let's address those technically. Like the Flint, Michigan thing is an actual disgrace for a Western country. I think like, and it's still going on. Like, come on, prove yourself. I'm like everyone is like talking, but who's talking to like the legal side of those problems, like who's addressing their whatever governor who you need to address to fix, like they're not pressured at all. I see like, and there's like the airtime for it. Like people are mainstream. Like Trevor Noah talks about it all the time, but there's no actual pressure on the people that have to do something.
Yeah, and I think okay, so let me be careful. Eric Weinstein kind of touched on us a little bit, and we kind of talked about it too. Comedians, they pick comedians to be comedians, or at least one reason to be careful. So for let's just say the elephant in the room. You know like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King
Yeah,
Jr. They were all assassinated. So people I think who let's for like for generalizing who really make significant changes in a way that a particular group in the system don't like, there's consequences. But people like let's say there's Trevor Noah the Daily Show, but even the older host Jon Stewart, and especially during his like last years, you see him trying to make policy changes like helping people and on our terrorist attack 9/11 he would constantly every year and bring it up how the firefighters and the social workers that were helping them are not receiving any health care and that our Congress and government aren't supporting them and just the ridiculousness of that. But it's just like, for example, Eric Weinstein would say, like Jon Stewart, these comedians, they're being careful not getting too political because they'll just say, oh, wait, I'm just a comedian. Don't take me seriously. So I
yeah,
understand that. And it's like, if you want to be careful with your life, if you only want to
yeah,
push the
sure.
system so much, then I
Yeah,
understand that. But if you do want to take on that road and be someone who's very critical, then that's a path that I don't think you can just turn off. Like Joe Rogan.
yeah,
Joe Rogan is ridiculously smart, whole ton of exposure. He could put so much more pressure, but he's really laid back with it.
yeah. He's treading on it all the time.
Yeah, it's that
Like
fine.
Yeah, that's what makes it so successful, I think, because he really knows his limits and he's like, okay, he doesn't want to be a Gavin McInnes too far, but he
Yeah.
doesn't want to hold out because the way he handled Jack Dorsey and the criticism on Jack Dorsey when he, while inviting Tim Pool and
Yeah.
what's her name, that was because he clearly took Tim Pool's side also in that. They were like, Tim Pool and Joe Rogan in front of Jack Dorsey and his fucking lawyer or whatever she was. And that was like, it was like a court hearing. And
And
because he
that's
went there,
crazy because you never see people at this level in a genuine interview of something like
like,
that. It's always
yeah,
behind media cameras. Here's my statement.
yeah, and they were actually like grilled on certain matters. Like they had to explain themselves, like the way Zuckerberg had to explain himself against the not not so tech savvy Ted Cruz back in the
Yeah.
man. Yeah, he's such yeah like he's a bit of a meme with some friends of mine, Ted Cruz, because he has like a I poop my pants face all the time. But yeah, like the discussion with Joe Rogan and Jack Dorsey was way more, let's say, revealing than any court hearing with Mark Zuckerberg on the same issues. So Joe Rogan has that power, and somehow
Yeah.
he's like he stays right on that boundary of um, like hammering down on like I remember his weed debate with Steven Crowder was also really well done. Because that's like something I really don't like about Steven Crowder is the just don't smoke weed argument that the conservative side somehow has,
Mm.
like Ben Shapiro as well.
Mm.
And Joe Rogan really grilled him on it, like while drinking whiskey with him. So on the whole,
Yeah, whiskey's fine, but the marijuana that's
man, you
crazy.
know,
And that's something I love
the
about Joe
whole
Rogan. Like he even I remember had a debate between because again he has all kinds of guests. He had two people, someone who supports like eating vegan and holistically and all
yeah,
that, and this other guy's like, I've looked at all the studies and it's you can't say that. There's no there's no generalization you can make. The studies are too broad. And what Joe Rogan does amazing is he doesn't let people. Oh, let's go on to the next point. He's like, no, let's stay on this point.
no,
Say
that's
what you
yeah.
mean, and he
He gives
does that.
people like a platform to give the complete argument, and that's something I saw the one with the vegan because my girlfriend's a vegan as well, so
Nice.
I'm vegan while visiting. You know, like yeah, I'm cool with it. Like a couple of days a week, it's okay. But and she's like cool with me eating meat as well.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I
Nice.
digress. That was pretty like well done. That's how an argument should be. Like a Joe Rogan debate about eating meat was done like a million times better than both presidential debates. I mean, how is that for a standard, man? Like we laughed so hard in it. Like honestly, like the elections was a laughing stock,
Oh
and
yeah.
right now, I mean,
If you want
I'm
to
I
laugh and
treated it like a
stuff,
comedy special. I was like,
man.
Dave Chappelle has some competition now.
I was I'm so I'm waiting. I'm really waiting for the new season of South Park because they have such a year to work on. I
Yes.
mean, but yeah, because but the debates were ridiculous, man. And honestly, there was more regarding, for example, COVID.
The
There's more,
pandemic special.
man. That was like some things that Americans could behind, like oh, finally like an outlet to like accept how ridiculous it all is, you know? Because same here, we're screwed as well because like everyone's like looking at America, but Europe is fucked as well. How is it? How is France is
oh, it's not good. It's just blowing up.
no
It's blowing up like crazy here.
same in here. Like our numbers are insane right now. Like we're a way smaller country, and we're surpassed the Italian peak of April. So we're screwed. And everyone's and the thing is that there's one honest thing that I want to address about American death tolls. No one's addressing the fact that America is the most obese Western country in the world. Like I remember, like America accepted its obesity problem back in the days. Like it's like 40% as, and most of the deaths are obese people. So I mean, I know Trump mismanaged it like crazy. He didn't like he wasn't a leader in the pandemic, and that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
No,
Well, one big difference.
he
One
didn't
big
make all those people fat, and the whole like because the way America the way the promotion of food is done and the size and everything, like this whole lifestyle of you're free to eat yourself to death. That's the way I look at it as a European, at American fast food and everything. Like that has also an impact on the COVID numbers. So, and no one
No,
addresses like. I think
absolutely.
Boris Johnson is the only politician that said like, "Hey, let's be a bit healthier while we're at it," because he lost a lot of weight after COVID. I was like, do I have to hear it from him?
He
Like,
looks terrible these
like,
days.
I'm trying to quit smoking as well because of it. Like, at least I don't want to be like, I don't want to have black lungs when I have it. So I'm, with smoking, well, being live, smoking live, but I mean, it's way less than before.
So I have one question, and I'm gonna say something that's like really a high standard, but I hold myself to this critique, and it has to do with like, so when I hear people on the left, it's like, for example, like Walmart. Not only do they pay like our WalMarts, I think it's you know what Walmart is, right? Just making sure. Just making sure. They pay their employees low wages, but also like, sometimes certain companies get their vegetables and produce from our immigrant workers, and they pay them very low. So there's all these things wrong with Walmart, and people. A certain group of people on the left will be like, "Don't support Walmart. They're doing it wrong, and let's cancel Walmart." But they still shop there.
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
like, this is, and then some justification, and that applies to multiple things like Walmart, or you use Starbucks, or it's like you go to the movies, and I don't want to. They have some valid points. I don't want to dismiss everything, but there comes a point where it's like one excuse to say is like, but I need to. This is the only way I can live. If like
That's true for a lot of families. Huh? Like there has to be a cheap option of food for poor people. So somehow you're not always going to meet the standards with today's production line, let's say. So to keep your poorest people fed, you have to cut corners, but that doesn't negate the hypocrisy of the people that claim to make and also like all those, like Whole Foods, like not everyone can afford Whole Foods. So like the whole morality becomes expensive, and that's a bad metric. So instead of blaming the shoppers, they should like, because I know
but here's my original question. So let me give you an example. Let's say it's the 1800s, colonial times for the United States. And we have a family of four, a mother, father, and two kids. And the winter is getting rough. And it's like, man, what do I do? And, it's common knowledge that, let's say, one of the famous people in terms of our nation is like Thomas Jefferson. Like, let's say one of the rich people have a ton of slaves. So this father has to consider, do I let my family starve, or do I buy a slave and my family survives? What's the ethical, what's the right decision to make? Because I think that's the reality of us today.
Yeah, there are fates worse than death. That's for sure. The Nazi invasion and deportations show you people did make choices that were sort of similar to that. They could leave with their family. They could not cooperate with the Nazis and be killed. The French resistance during the war made a lot of decisions that not only would they be executed, their whole family would be executed if they were found by the SS. Well, do you fight or not? Are you fighting for your family still, if that's the case? It's hard.
It's a hard question. The first one.
And there are extreme situations, and like you said, like sometimes there's just people who can't. They literally have to like buy cheap food. And then there's instances where like people buy the new iPhone, and they're still, let's say, not not in the middle class. And they say, but I need this phone to do my job and just to live normal life. And it's like, okay, that's understandable, but you can't ignore the hypocrisy.
Yeah, it is. Like I buy it. I keep my I let's say I stay away from like the fast fashion chains, like
Yeah.
the Primark and all those things. And I thrift shop a lot, and that's like because I know it's such a polluting thing. So like if you like make a diagram of a human being and all this pollution, like fashion is like a big part of it. And I know like if I minimize this, then I can maybe, and then being vegan half a week also like the mint takes a big bite out of the chart. So at
And you're
least like I
improving
think no one's
yourself.
perfect. No one's perfect. So I think if everyone like at least acknowledges one bad habit and like even halves it, like if you're like 50% less fast fashion, that on a global scale, that's the only way to. I think the best harm reduction is like the way of everyone can pick a, let's say, that doesn't mean you have to exceed on the other lanes. Like, oh yeah, I quit thrift shopping, so I'm gonna fly as cheap as possible the whole summer. Like, if everyone like at least can take like one pie out of the diagram of all our pollution, that's like the only way. But and then you can maybe be a little bit of a hypocrite. Then the hypocrisy isn't that bad because, I mean, if you don't fly, for example, out of principle, and you take in Europe, a lot of people just take the train, for example.
Yeah.
And a lot of people fly, for example. Same in the, I don't know if the States has such a like vast railroad system.
No,
to
not really.
It's more for
It really
transportation.
connects the small towns to the big ones. Trapped.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I think the
but like
States as a
Europe.
whole, Europe is famous for the
Yeah, so that's
trains.
so if you're like okay, I like if I travel by train out of principle, and then you buy a new iPhone, then you don't have to apologize for the iPhone because at least you're like being like let's say
You're doing
being
something.
carbon neutral regarding your previous lifestyle.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know,
and
so that's I do it with the thrift shopping. This is for example, it's like a old '80s diesel sweater. I don't know,
I like it.
bought it a couple of years ago. And it's like a pretty big thing in Antwerp because it's a bit of a hipster city in here. But that's like I'm conscious about it. I refuse to buy like except for like maybe a pair of socks. Whatever. Like I keep it at a minimum.
Yeah, and
Buy from like
again, like I'm not lying to myself. This is something that I'm consciously aware of, and it's like that's why before I criticize other people, I'm always like, how am I
yeah.
improving myself? Because I
Indeed.
know I'm not perfect.
And how do I know that the other person isn't conscious about something completely unrelated? Like
Exactly.
for example, like the best thing about my vegan girlfriend is she doesn't bring it up a lot. Like she's not like yeah, she's aware of it about like the climate side argument, the ethical side. She doesn't bring it up. She's like she knows she's doing right and she keeps for herself, and that's like she has her ethical reasons, but she's not bragging about it. And I mean the braggadociousness of being moral is such a
Yeah.
is devaluating morality by itself,
Yeah.
and it's addictive. It's clearly addictive to a lot of people,
Yeah.
and so dishonest. I mean, I honestly like, do you ever believe people who brag about like I ran 10 miles today? Look at me not sweating, like like girls perfect hair and they just came back from a jog, so to speak. Like the exposing good deeds
Instagram life.
devalues it. What?
The Instagram life.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Back to your point about do you buy a slave or does your family starve? Would it matter how you treated that slave as an individual?
This is where it gets. There's a whole range and there's a whole continuum, and there's you can keep.
I'm not trying to get bogged down, but like, is one solution to that moral conundrum how you treat that individual?
I mean, so let me be careful. I can see a possibility where there honestly are good slave owners. Meaning, let's say there was a time where slaves could buy their freedom, but then they could get captured and be slaves again.
Yeah.
They're more valuable as slaves. So what if someone is like, hey, you're gonna be my slave, but you can do whatever you want. It's just no one now will treat you badly.
I bet they existed. I mean,
Yeah.
if you have Germans hiding Jews, I mean, there's always like a vigilante population, part of the population that's going to defy the rules because they see someone getting discriminated. So
Exactly.
I mean, they shouldn't be held to compare. I mean, it shouldn't be held as the standard of slavery of the day. But I mean, we're not going to equate the Nazis with the people who hid Jews from the Nazis. So, but under that system, they should have existed like sparingly.
Yeah,
So
no doubt. And I really believe that. Like, that makes perfect sense because I would ask someone, hey, man, please buy me. Help me out.
yeah, and just statistically speaking, there's always like one good guy in the street that hides the Jews or that's the slaves in the big house. I don't know.
Yeah.
Statistically speaking, there's gonna be some sort of maybe there's So it actually like the question about it because the moral question about it, people had that question years ago as well. And what you
Yeah.
just brought up,
Yeah.
there were people like, yeah, but what if I treat them right and they're actually nice here and that I think people are more productive if you treat them nicely as well.
That's true. Yeah, so there's definitely, to answer your question, George, that would be my answer. So
Yeah.
there's definitely a good way to do it. There's definitely also a bad intention. Yeah, I'll treat them nicely, but
Yeah,
it's just a justification to keep the system.
yeah. I mean, like, as just thinking, like, if it was like starve or buy a slave, it's like for me, it'd be like, well, it would be. I mean, there's no slavery currently in France, but and if there was, I'd be the slave. I would very much focus on how that person was treated rather than, all right, well, this is the system that there is. I'm going to starve if not.
Yeah.
What's the best we can make of this situation? But no, I mean, the problem in the South during slavery was it was very much justified by certain passages of the Bible. It was a religious thing. It was a dominance thing. It was racist. It was, and there is intense pleasure in dominating people. Why do you think there's a $1 billion toy industry associated with domination?
Yeah.
It is very, people get intense pleasure dominating.
And to say it in the words of Arthur, people that are very sheet smart.
Yeah. It's the fact that there's zero consequence for misbehaving, that invites the worst and promotes the worst in humanity. Because if you've got slaves and there's no consequence for
even to go further, there's like group approval.
Yeah,
It's the norm. That takes away all personal accountability and therefore no second thought about the morality of your own actions because this is the norm not to think about it.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, it's done and it's justified and I'm not gonna. That's what I heard. Like for example, that the British didn't have like a civil war regarding slavery because the government actually freed the slaves and gave compensation to the slave owners in the context of it's not the norm anymore, but we incentivize the norm of being a slaveholder. So we're not going to take your past view of the world accountable and you actually lost property. So we're going to reimburse. That was a viewpoint of the British when stopping slavery, which didn't cause any aggression. And I mean, it's obviously wrong to think about it, but in that context, that was actually, how do you say it? An agreeable moral choice to say, like, we get it, it's wrong now, but we will compensate you for the loss of, like, gun confiscation right now. They're not going to take it for free.
Yeah, the bit buyback.
There's a minimum, like, of course they're going to ask money, like, okay, we've been through everyone's been through in America where guns are okay, now it's not okay anymore, we agree with it, but we want to be compensated with, for our epiphany. And that's something that the British did with their slave owners, which is, like also like the way people were moralizing things very differently. And I get the argument. I mean, I don't agree with it because it involves slavery, but I get where the argument of compensation because a change in morale comes from.
It sort of kills any notion of a civil war or a backlash.
It's damage control.
damage control. It sort of ends it. Whereas, saying to the South, you've got to give up your slaves. Well, the U.S. Civil War is still the war that killed the most Americans.
And maybe
And
like it could still be immoral, because I think if we hold humans to like the moral standards, none of us would be alive. So it's like we have to live to like what's functional, and this is the stage that
Yeah, it's like child
it
labor,
was
for
in.
example. Back in the day, child labor went through the same viewpoint. Like, it's some people know it's wrong, but it has to be done. Like, I mean, I'm not pro child labor, but
no,
it's a
Yeah.
comparable argument thing because as
kids to work.
we don't have the history of slavery, but we have the history of child labor in Europe.
Yeah, I think kind of like Jordan mentioned is like when people like the one of the best things we can do is what was it was promote education in third world countries for climate change, because the best thing to do is help people out of poverty, because once they meet a threshold then they start caring about the environment.
True, yeah, like you can't enforce climate change restrictions when people are hungry. Like, they're gonna solve the hunger first. It is,
Yes,
yeah.
and I think the same thing, there's like a pattern of those like in human civilization generally. Let's say there's a civilization and then there's a dip, but then we keep going up. It's like Egyptian civilization, there's a dip because it falls. There's the Roman civilization, it falls. There's the British Empire, so on and so forth, American. And it's to me, I see it like a cycle. Each time we're getting more and more moral, but the reason why is because we compare it to our past. So like nowadays, people are saying stuff like, slavery is bad. Not only that, Jim Crow is bad. Segregation is not a good thing. But 20 years, and let's say these are the people that are most progressive. But 20 years from now, the same way we're like saying, accepting the hypocrisy of buying an iPhone and then, trying to do good things. 20 years from now, people are going to look at the people buying iPhones like, how could you do that?
Yeah, of
It's
course.
child labor.
Every society has their like unaware hypocrisies or immoral issues. Like, maybe in 100 years they're going to be like, man, did they keep those radioactive cell phones near their nuts? They're crazy, man. Or eating meat is going to be something, or smoking even. I think like smoking cigarettes. Yeah, it's my half friend side smoking right now. But there's going to be like a time like, can you imagine people smoking like burning stuff and breathing it in on purpose? There's going to be that view of the like.
There are some biological limits to this as well. I mean, like, the acceptance of gay people in our society has become more and more. But
That's one example.
But
Yeah.
just because, I mean, I know people who are gay. I've got one friend who's about as gay as you can get.
Yeah, my neighbor as well.
Yeah. But and are of no interest to me. And so there are biological limits. This LGBT idea that we're all going to be gay, and it's like, no, we're not all going to be gay. Just because all of a sudden we don't consider it immoral, and then we don't consider it freaky, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, okay, I've got gay friends, lesbians, whatever. It doesn't bother anybody anymore. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden people are going to become more interested in it. And people very much stick to their race and ethnicity when they pick a partner. That's
Yeah, it's a truth. It is. Yeah,
people do marry foreigners. People do marry other ethnicities and other races, but they are a very small minority overall. And it's not like in France, it's not like Vietnamese people are excluded. They're perfectly. I mean, they're considered French by the French standard. But
yeah. But as long as you don't see the majority as the norm, but just as the
majority, that's it.
Just as the majority, yeah, just as a quantifiable majority, then you don't make a norm out of it, then it's perfectly okay to point out a minority, but it just has the same basis of, yeah, if if it's just a statistical minority, let's say like there is indeed a limit to, and indeed like people marry mostly into their own race, and that's the majority of the couples. But that there is no moral scale within those differences, so it's perfectly reasonable to point it out and say like, yeah, well, yeah, it's noticeable, but it doesn't have any single consequence. So that's saying that out loud will get you in trouble in certain. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I noticed most people actually like white people like to date white people. Did you notice? And
Do look outside.
I mean, you're gonna. That's something you can't say, but it's just noticing it, which has no, I mean, weight to it.
Yeah.
Is something.
I'm not saying you shouldn't date an Asian girl. I'd be perfectly happy if she was, and if she fit the bill. Nice girl, fun, intelligent, right? All
Yeah.
that I like. If she fit it, well, then she was interested in me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind, but it wouldn't be it. But the
I think it all boils down to the statistical pool of choices. Like when you see, like, I mean, I'm really not. There's a big Arab community also in Antwerp, like in France, for example. I'm not surprised that their marriages are between Arabs because they have one big thing in common, and the religion. So it's like, yeah, they have their pools, you know, because they have their standards. So there's like maybe one one white guy who converted into Islam in the whole of Antwerp. So there's a very slim chance that she's gonna marry that white guy. So but I mean, it's noticeable, but yeah, who cares actually? I mean, and that's something in it, like when you say like there's a certain like also like inflation of the gay population in media. I think there's there's like a I say it like a noticeable minority, and they're perfectly integrated, but there's like this. I've noticed it with when I'm watching Netflix and everything's from the last two. I'm watching.
Yeah, it's
You've seen
pandering.
the politician. It's a series about a guy who wants to be. Everyone's like on somewhere on the spectrum with their own storyline. And it's like, okay, yeah, it like demeans the gay character almost. You know, like it's all just a little experiment, and there's the whole fight for their rights is like diminished to like a gimmickry, and it's pretty. And I noticed like if you talk to older gays, they don't like it as well because they're like, they remembered when the word faggot was said on TV. And they're like, yeah, I've been through beatings and stuff, and now you're like, yeah, I'm trying to be gay, and they really don't like that Netflix attitude.
Yeah, it's demeaning to the fact that some people are different, and that it's not like like one guy I know who's gay, as he said, he just cannot ever imagine being with a woman. It's not
it is
possible for him to be with a woman. Or be like not flamboyant. He's an unbelievably flamboyant guy, and it's just the way he is.
Yeah.
And, saying that it's just a phase. It's not. It's genetic.
No. I'm sure of that as well. That there, it's just it's like the whole born this way argument is just that's how they. If you diminish that argument, like. It's not the wiring, but it's the
social construct.
Yeah, that's like okay. So if that's the true thing, like if orientation is a social construct, you could like make a school that turns everyone gay if you wanted to. You know what I mean? Like okay,
this school sounds a lot like a prison.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I think it's a good thing that they include that they make like a whole curriculum about orientation in school at a certain point, like explain that it exists to kids because they're not born with the knowledge of different orientations. But the whole I think Douglas Murray said it well. Like you're familiar with him, I guess.
Who?
And he's Douglas Murray.
Douglas Murray.
He's from the UK. I think he's English. He's part of the IDW as well.
I might know his face, but not his name.
Yeah, he's like a gay man, but he's not flamboyant at all. But he said like he doesn't want to go to the bank and like the bank is rubbing rainbow flags in his face. He wants to be there to check his money, not to be priced for his. He wants to make like his orientation like a banality, like something as common as like having blue eyes or brown eyes. Like you're not gonna like, hey, congratulations with your blue eyes. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it boils down to that. Like some people have blue eyes, some people have brown eyes, some people are gay, some people are straight, and because there's not a single choice in the matter. So there's there's
That was good.
it's banality, and he has a book that says it's the madness of crowds, and it talks about the gay
Yeah.
chaplain and how he sees it as a, let's say, not so flamboyant, a regular day-to-day gay person. He says like, yeah, like when he goes to the bank he gives the bank as an example. Like I'm there for my money, not for my orientation. And
The affirmation there, yeah.
like he feels forced to rub it in everyone's face that he's gay because society demands him to be to make it his main focal point. Like I'm the gay man, and he says like no, and that's what he wants to get away of to create it, like make it as banal as possible, like no big deal kind of way.
Yeah.
And that's something. I mean, I get the whole Pride Month thing because it's just like a festival more than ever, and catered to a specific crowd. But the whole, let's say, reminding the existence of it in every facet of society is a bit of a waste of time.
Yeah, that's when the pendulum swings too far.
Yeah, also, and I think it's gonna calm down, especially in Hollywood, because it's not bankable, and if you want to make blockbusters and addressing only 10% of the population, you're not gonna get back you're not gonna make back your money. So, I mean, if you cater to that crowd, it's a small crowd. Just to be honest. I mean, but by the way, I'm gonna finish up because it's getting pretty late in Belgium.
Oh yeah, wow, I forgot about that too.
Check out it's 2 a.m. here. So.
Yeah, you're on the same time zone as me.
Yeah, I'm okay. This is my normal time, so you guys have been more than accommodating.
It's been great to talk actually, because
nice to find like a sphere of people that want to, because my friends, I'm the rambler of the group, you know.
Yeah.
Like I'm always taking it too far and too aware. Like I'm not really enjoyable watching a sports game, for example, because So it's pretty nice to have like a group of people that like also think about like, hey, what's like everyone's acknowledging issues, and I know there's like a small percentage of people that are like, yeah, what are the other solution-based people thinking about same problems I see?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, it's pretty comforting to find a virtual space for it.
It's been really interesting tonight learning about Belgium. Thank you, because it's been interesting.
There's a lot more to know if the conversation organically goes that way. So
yeah,
I mean, I like comparing like at face value, America and Europe look alike. It's same demographic of people, same living standards, same brands, same Hollywood. But I like to dig deeper and like uncover the small differences, and then like the whole healthcare argument. There was actually like a lot of let's say productive common ground. Like, and it's somehow a bit tragic, but also funny that like the common man, like the common people like us, are actually like thinking like problem solving more than the people in charge.
Yeah. Well, and again, this is how it bubbles up. At some point, this is how we find solutions, and this is a better way for society than chanting at each other. And
I predict the provinces of Belgium will figure it out locally, and it'll propagate to the rest of the world.
We're good guinea pigs because we don't care. So.
Nice.
Yeah. Belgium. Just learning about Belgium has been interesting for me.
Thanks, man. Now it's full lockdown, but it's a pretty easygoing country to visit because everything's so close to each other. It's like you only have the Flemish part is like the historic part, like where there's actually like nice preserved medieval, because the neutrality saved us from a lot of bombings during the Second World War. So like Germany got decimated, Paris got decimated, Holland, like Rotterdam and Nijmegen got decimated. And Belgium is also, I think like one grenade popped in the Jewish quarter here. That's all that happened.
I wonder if that was a German grenade.
It fit the time period. So
Yeah.
But yeah, so like, in the future, I'm going to continue like posting or making comments like, hey guys, I'm gonna do this again. And I think this
Yeah,
was a
sure.
good sized group. It's not too big where it's
No,
just too many.
yeah, because it's still like everyone's talking through each other and in the whole group. I mean, like if you look at real life, if you're like with like say 10 people at a bar,
Exactly.
you're also deciding. You're not having a big debate around the bar. You're all those guys are talking about the game, and these are talking about the new car they bought or whatever. Or this one has girlfriend, whatever. I mean, so I mean, like now it was 5 people, I guess. Were there more people at a certain point?
It was like 5 max. Yeah, it was
All right,
Well,
five.
there was 2 on 1.
At one point, but
Yeah.
Danny wasn't there. Someone left. But yeah,
Uh,
6
um,
people joined.
Yeah.
All right,
Brooke.
Brooke and Eric.
yeah, that's a pretty good metric. Yeah, but anyway, I'm gonna log out because I'm gonna have to go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good night, mate.
All right,
Cheers.
bye guys.
Cheers.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, same.
See you guys soon.